$200 pot. Chaz puts out $250.
It's not enough equity there. I don't think I would make the call. I think I'd want a little bit more connectivity from the board.
He checks.
Quick check.
Chaz is getting
Trying
tricky.
to get JJ some rope.
Needs to start bluffing. Decides to check. For an ace or queen. Yeah, would have been interesting. Chaz checking again.
He could. He's going to make a bet here. He's going to try to see if he can get nines or something like that to fold.
Chaz needs to call.
Looking to get them around the groups right now, guys. See if I can do it. And got a raise here from Seti with a pretty good hand. King queen offsuit. We get an all in from fours from Seti. From Chaz, and Seti's gonna snap call. And I think Seti, I don't know if Chaz added on afterward, but instantly getting another shove pre-flop. And Seti,
We're looking for a very low flop.
it's a 50-50.
We're trying to connect.
And this is a reverse of what Seti was in last time. Oh, and it's a 4 on the flop. Seti drawing pretty much dead. Needs runner straight here. And it's not going to happen. Chaz boats up, and I think they probably run it once. Oh, is Chaz slow rolling? Oh my goodness, Chaz slow rolls the shit out of Seti. And you know, you can see that we also have a ton of awesome content on that. And Preston is going to wake up with aces in one of the blinds here.
I think he's going to just limp it for the extra 10. Oh my god, he's going for a raise. That is surprising.
And the sizing is weird. I like it and I don't at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Would you prefer bigger or smaller?
I think because everyone's going to call the way that the action went, and it's a $20 straddle, I'm really surprised at how small this is. But
yeah, it might be because he doesn't feel like he needs as much protection with aces. Like you can see even, what is that, 4 ways, he's still got 60%. Whereas with a hand like kings, his percent would be a lot lower.
definitely,
If
but
anybody had an ace.
but like this board. But what I was gonna say was that there's no flop that he's gonna love.
Right.
And the problem is that this is one of the worst flops. And Alex with open-ended and a pair, as well as backdoor flush, is just this spot. When Alex calls with 2 left behind, you're not feeling super good here.
No, you're definitely not. I mean, and Alex is going to flat a lot of strong hands. I think he would probably just call with even sets. And Alex is just going to make basically the nuts here. And I think Preston's going to check this.
Yeah. No, I'd be hard-pressed to see him bet here.
And the question is, do you think Alex is going to bet this in position?
I see a check, I see a bet. He does go for a small bet. I do like both plays.
Yeah, Preston having the ace of spades, I think, is a bad card for him because you're going to want Alex to have spades in this spot, you know?
Alex has been shown to bluff, but this spot is not an easy spot to bluff. Preston does call.
You're basically only beating spade draws, I think, and maybe hard draws that float the flop.
Yeah, and an ace would be, oh, that's a terrible card for Preston. That is a really bad card for Preston. The way that the action ran out, he's still going to have spades that he's going to be bluffing here, and we've seen that Alex is able to bluff in this spot, and Preston is getting a decent price. This is rough for Preston.
Yeah, do you think he gets away from this? No, he doesn't.
No.
Just call.
And I'm just here for the commentary. Thank you for the compliment.
Appreciate that.
I hope
I think it's squeezed off and it was probably $200, $250.
Chaz I was gonna say I didn't know what he was gonna go with, but I could see him shoving here too.
This flop, which is going to be,
Oh wow.
give him a 9. Pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, against a blind range. I mean, obviously he's not blind anymore. I think he looked at his hand before calling.
Yeah, and he definitely pressed on this one.
You already said that.
Well, I
You
was,
can't just do it again.
I was wondering if he would press on. He did press on. just for those who didn't know what the joke originally was going to mean, this 6 is actually a little scary for pressed on. Because Chaz does have some 10s, and there's a lot of hands. If he is calling you on the flop, it's not going to float as much with a hand like Ace Deuce, and it looks like Preston actually might have like 500 more.
Yeah, this is a very committing bet with the 425 when Preston's only got, it looks like, according to the graphic, it's only got 6 minutes left. And wow, Chaz is going to float here with ace, or not float, I mean, I guess at this point he's just calling down with ace high on the board.
Yeah, and it's also indicative of knowing his image is that Preston is one of the players who will be willing to bet here with Jack, for example. And wow, this river is terrible for Preston. If Chaz goes all in, he's putting him in the blender here, although Chaz does have ace high, which has a bit of showdown value, but this river hits him.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the hands that Chaz is beating, it's going to be like Queen Jack.
Oh, and he goes all in.
Oh no. Is Preston ever folding here?
He snap calls, and those he added on for a lot.
Oh, he had 1,500 behind.
No, that's like 2K. Oh yeah,
16, yeah, 1,600. Okay, so the graphic was incorrect. He actually had 1,600 there, not 600. So there was an extra 1,000 that was in his stack.
Wow, and I love the jam by Chaz.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the Chaz jam there, I would probably never call there personally, because just I mean, Chaz really can have anything. I mean,
Including a 6, including a 6, a 10, a 7. Ooh, Preston's just gonna go for it.
yeah, and I don't mind. I mean, you kind of want to bet range here, although this is not amazing for your range. Jacob is very happy to have 10 of spades, although when we put pressure on hands, he's definitely allowed to have single spades that contain aces and kings. So
Yeah, and you know you're drawing dead to, or close to dead to a hand like King Jack with a king of spades, Queen Jack with a king of spades, Ace Jack with the ace of spades, etc.
yeah, I mean, this is a spot that you got to proceed with caution as Jacob, and I wonder what he does. Oh, this is an interesting turn in which Preston gets some showdown. Does check.
And you can see he's only got 2 outs since the 7 or 6 of spades will not help him.
Oh my
And he
god.
hits the offsuit 7? What was he on the flop, like 3%?
Yeah, he had 2% on the flop.
Oh no.
That's-
He's gonna jam.
That's brutal.
And also, good of Preston to be cognizant enough to jam for value. A lot of people will just be like, okay, I don't know. Good lay down by Chaz, aces, please.
Oh, but he has the other nuts, 7-6 offsuit.
And he's up against 2 people with 10-9 off and Queen Jack. A lot of them sharing each other's action. And not gonna get anyone to play.
Well, this is a 1-2 game, by the way, y'all.
$400 in free flop.
No one has a suited hand. So, we're gonna see Chaz actually step a little bit into the lead above most of the hands, and Jack is actually going to lead. For 25, this is a very, very weird bet, because you're often going to get re-raised by a lot of hands here.
Yeah, it's almost like, it looks like you almost want to induce a raise, which might actually get you raised off less often.
Helping him. Well, now everyone has everything except for Zach, and Zach's actually going to continue on this turn. Now this is very surprising.
Only Jacob with a spade, but nobody else has an actual flush draw.
Yeah,
And Chaz is the only one with a pair. Does make the calls.
folds open-ended. Oh yeah, no, but it's definitely a good bluff candidate.
Wow. Chaz makes the call with a 7.
With Zach behind.
Zach is not ready for the hands he's about to make.
Clear the board.
Might think she still got his spade, but she'll not finish. Call, right? Uh-oh, firework.
Ant-Man might win a $4,000 side pod with 8
You're
high.
right. If it's ace of 5 clears the board.
Oh my gosh. And Ant-Man's going to win the side pot with 8 high. All in.
Yeah. Gonna shove.
Yeah.
And then immediately acting, and they already go.
Another good fold.
So you definitely want to target just full colors with his quads as the player a decent frequency of the time. And he does call. Couldn't be shown the quads. And then he 8.
When that ace hits the river,
Oh.
that's not good.
And I feel, but no, yeah, he does fold.
Which was fine. I made a bluff on him. He called.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to San Antonio, Texas. This is Rounders Card Club. My name is Drew, aka Bet on Drew. I'm joined tonight by my friend Craig Savage. What's going on, Craig?
How are you, Drew? Good to be here.
Good to have you. Good to have you. Good to be here. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we have the final table of our 150K guaranteed opener. South Texas Poker Championship is running now at Rounders, and we're down to the final 9. There was 661 entrants in this tournament, and we're going to go around and give you a breakdown who is in what seat while our players are just arriving. Now, in seat 1 here, we are going to have Joshua Hernandez. Joshua currently has 84,702 showing on their Hendon Mob, and Josh is coming in with 3.4 million in chips tonight. Josh will be sitting in seat 1, so good luck to you, Josh. In seat 2, we are going to have Jesus Martinez coming in with 1.8 million in chips. Got a Hendon Mob of $266,000, which, before I even go any further here, Craig, there's some really good players on this table, right?
It's amazing. I was looking through the list ahead of time, and this is no ordinary final table. It's really filled with crushers.
Yeah, it really, really is. I mean, the next 3 players here, for instance, seat 3, we have Matthew McDowell coming in with 2.6 million in chips. And by the way, everyone, this is coming in at the 150K big blind level to give you an idea about how many big blinds they have. But Matt has 160K in live earnings reported on Hendon Mob. And I got to talk with Matt last night, Craig. He was walking out of the club. I was like, oh, hey, good luck, Matt. It's good to see you. And I don't know if you remember, but Matt was like, I remember playing against you, Drew, back on the Carbon Poker days.
Yeah, he's got a lot of online experience. His results aren't just live, so he's a crusher online as well.
Yep. We got another crusher here in seat 4. We're going to have Sandeep Vasudevan coming in with 3.8 million in chips and boasting 280K in earnings on Hendon Mob. Sandeep, I played with a lot in the San Antonio area. Very friendly guy. Always saying good luck, even if, the all-in is versus him. So I think he's going to be one to watch for. A lot of people, when they see Sandeep their
Yeah.
table. They're not excited. You ever had those
I've-
players like that? You're in
I've-
Dallas, right? So you play a lot.
I've played with Sandeep. I've played with him.
Oh,
Yeah. At Choctaw at the circuit event, and yeah, I've run into him a good bit, and he is a very, very talented player.
yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. And seat 5 here, as we see our players showing up, we got Brian Obregon with 600,000 in chips. And by the looks of it, yeah, he's actually got the most Hendon Mob earnings of our 9 players tonight with 384,000 on the Hendon Mob. And then in seat 6, we are going to have Jacob McFarland. He's coming in with 1.6 million in chips. Jacob is a dealer at Rounders. He's got 1 WSOP circuit ring and 77K on his Hendon Mob. Have you played a lot of the circuit, Craig?
I play all the circuit events that come near me in Dallas.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I'm still yet to win a ring. I've tried many times. It's a challenge, man.
It is hard to close one out, that's for sure.
Tournaments, right?
Yeah, I mean, you get to that final table, you think you're so close, but yet there's still 8 landmines in your way.
Yep. True. In seat 7 there, we have Mr. Gary Widener. Gary's got nice chips. He's got 6.1 million in chips. Gary has 22,000 reported Hendon Mob earnings. And when I was walking out of the club today, I ran into Gary. I was like, Gary, actually, I didn't know his name then. I was like, sir, good luck on the final table today. He's like, he turned and looked at me. He was quite surprised. He's like, oh, well, thank you. I was like, is there anything that you want me to mention on the stream? I've seen you a bunch. I don't know too much about you. And you know what he said? He said, you know what? I like to gamble. That's why I'm here.
Well, he's in the right place. He's in the right place playing poker in Texas.
Yep, he sure is. So rooting for you there, Gary. Good luck. In seat 8, we have our chip leader, Samantha Bazin, with 11.1 million in chips. And she doesn't have too much on her Hendon Mob yet, but she could almost triple it tonight if she can get first place of 25K. She's currently got 10K on her Hendon Mob. I got to play with her a little bit yesterday in day 2, and she has an energy like she's been there before. You ever come across that player?
Yeah, and I was actually wondering when I looked at it, I was like, I felt like as I looked to the results that she was the least experienced. But if you say she feels comfortable, that's a big thing because it takes a while to feel comfortable at the poker table, especially when you get this deep.
100%. I was surprised when I saw her Hendon because the way her presence is on the table, I would have thought she had like 300,000 in earnings or something.
Yeah, I was going to ask you how you felt it was going to play out with the chip leader being what looks like to be the least experienced.
It's going to be interesting because that could play into her favor because she's going to fly potentially a bit under the radar, and no one's going to, I think, expect too much at first, though they will be curious. How'd you get all those chips, right?
Yeah. The problem is she has probably the most experienced player on her immediate left.
Correct. Seat 9 is Han Nguyen, aka Vu, who is a very experienced tournament player from Houston. He's coming in with second place chips, 8.5 million in chips, and over 300K in Hendon Mob earnings. With a very, very cool note to his belt here, he recently won the Lodge Million guaranteed for 188K.
Yeah, just a month ago, right?
Yeah, it was not long. So, geez,
riding the heater.
Yeah, we got some crushes at this table, and he actually played on the live stream here at Rounders last Thursday. I believe he did well.
Yeah, this is setting up to be a really interesting dynamic because the chip stacks and Brian, who's sitting on the short stack, he hasn't been playing a long time as Hendon Mob. He seems like he's a fairly young guy, but I'm assuming he's going to get aggressive right off the bat. And I do think it's going to be very interesting, the dynamic between Samantha and Vu, because the second biggest stack is on her immediate left and an experienced player. I feel like he's going to try to take advantage of that situation.
I could see that for sure. But typically, the first place chip stack is in a position to do that to the smaller stacks, but he's got position, right?
Right. Yeah, I think he's going to siphon some of those chips off. He's going to try to, at least.
I could definitely see that happening. And it looks like we are just waiting for a couple more players. We should be starting anytime soon here. I'm going to pull up the payouts. Everyone, this is what we got today. Everyone at the final table has locked up $2,780 for this $200 buy-in. First place, $25,000. Very nice. 17K for second. Third, 13K. And it looks like we are hopping into the action here. So let's go on in.
I would ask you if you thought they were going to take a little time to settle in, but with some of these chip stacks, I feel like we're going to be fast and furious right from the start.
I think so. I think so. And as we look down, immediately Brian's all in with his ace queen.
There you go.
He's only got 4 blinds. Awesome hand to look at with 4 blinds.
I mean, if he doesn't get called, he increases his chip stack by what, 30%? Oh, he got called. Okay.
Massive. Yeah, Samantha has Jack 10 suited.
I think that's a good call.
She could do pretty much anything she wants with that stack right now.
Yeah. Well, there's step 1 for Brian.
Yep. Very nice. Nice hand there, Brian.
What got me about this lineup wasn't just the experience; it was the amount of final tables. You know, you can play a lot of poker tournaments and not make this many final tables, but there are a lot of them at this table.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially Vu, man. I played a really a big hand versus Vu, getting deep in another tournament of rounders here, and he's just, man, he's capable of anything. He plays tight aggressive in tournaments. He kind of understands what it takes to navigate these things, and he's just always running deep. So I think he's probably a favorite along with Sandeep as far as tournament experience and how often we've seen some faces.
Mm-hmm.
All good. Thank you. Yep.
What's going on there? Twitch chat, YouTube chat. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Hope you're having a good one. Let us know who you're rooting for. Give a shout out to your people.
I have a feeling I know who Ginger's rooting for.
There she is. I see Ginger. Who's Ginger rooting for?
It's ladies' night, Ginger.
Oh, that's right.
Ginger's been crushing lately, by the way. Just absolutely crushing.
I love that. I love that. Big fan of Ginger.
Oh, okay.
So Jacob takes down a pot here, jams in his 11 bigs. That's a nice pickup there. He'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, every one of these pots is so crucial for some of these smaller stacks at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, and with the shorter stack.
Got the Chargers winning or what?
Where is it? He got his double up. Brian kind of tied with Jesus now, 1.5 million in chips. So it's much, much closer
I know, they didn't.
for our bottom stacks.
Is it Jesus or Jesus?
Both, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I know.
Raised 400,000.
So Samantha is getting aggressive with her stack right off the bat.
I do like this. I think it's a good strategy.
All right, heads up.
Ooh, look at Sandeep here. What do you think of just call with the queens?
I think it's very, very. I don't know if I would do it, but I think considering he's up against a chip leader, it's probably the safer route. Wow, he lets it go. Just
Very interesting.
King high board, and he gives it up in 1 bet. What did you see the size of that continuation bet?
I actually missed it. It went a little bit quick, but it seemed like it was a sizing where Sandeep was just very clear on his decision, which leads me to believe that he wants to keep the pot small. He has the, I believe, 3rd biggest stack here. No, he's tied for 4th. And it looks like he's kind of preserving that middling chip stack. Didn't 3-bet with the queens pre. Sees the king high flop and just snap check folds.
So somebody who definitely has been studying his ICM.
Correct. Yep. Some players might be like, what just happened? But it's, I said it earlier, Vu, Sandeep, they know how to navigate a tournament.
Samantha's just going to keep her foot on the gas. Somebody just fold ace king.
I don't think so. I think that was an error there for sure.
Because it was awful fast.
All right.
Yeah, I think some of these, I think some of these shorter stacks are definitely going to take a stand, and the middling stacks are going to have to clearly be careful. These pay jumps,
Don't see Josh.
they're going to be pretty significant pretty quickly.
100%. As we could see again, the payouts here, everyone. We got 25K for first, 2,700. So it's $1,100 ladder, 14, 15, and then 17. And we start to see the 2,000 plus ladders after we get past fifth place.
Drew, what was the buy-in for this tournament?
A $200 buy-in.
So we're talking some serious jumps here for a $200 buy-in. I mean, these are a good payday here.
Oh, yeah.
600,000.
Gary coming in for the raise with the king-queen offsuit. Size
Gary,
to make it bigger.
Gary said he wanted to gamble.
Gary said he wanted to gamble.
He's about to. Yeah, Matthew's going to get it all in here.
Easy all in with the ace king. The question is Gary going to feel committed after making it 4 blinds?
Well, it's a very interesting open size. Gary looks awful familiar to me, too. I'm pretty sure I've played with him as well.
2.375. 2,375,000.
I know he's played a bunch around Texas, so that's quite likely. So he'd have to call 1.8 million from his 5.6. He'd still have almost 4 million in chips. Be third in chips if he does make this call and lose.
Yeah. I think when somebody moves in over you, when you make it that size and open, king, queen shrivels up pretty quick.
100, 200, neck man. Okay. All right, guys. Yep. We're up 100, 200.
Blinds are up.
Feeling still sucks. They're so big. Just the 3 and the 7 spot, but it's way better than the old stream table we had. Really? Yeah, that old one was way more pain.
I mean, this has lights.
Yeah, we have lights too. Well, the lights tell me what's going on too. So.
What's up there, Hurricane Holly? Good to see you. Good luck. Good luck. My man Alpha VA in the chat. Miss Lily Bell.
Cletus in chat says he's rooting for Gary. Cletus is goes by Cletus, but his real name is Gary. So he's rooting for Gary tonight.
Gotta root for Gary, huh?
Yeah. Cletus asked me to tell you how to say his name, by the way.
How do I say it?
I don't know. He says he said it wrong.
I always say Cletus.
There you go. It's Cletus.
Oh, Cletus. Oh, geez. I've been saying it wrong for years. Matthew's got a big hand. Ace King again.
Back to back. The blinds have gone up, correct? Yes, they have.
100, 200. Makes it 450. Yep. And confirmed, Lucky Draw MJ, this is the Brian who ran deep in the main event. Right there in seat 5. Gary in the big blind with the low suited connectors. Makes the call.
Check.
This is kind of an interesting board for these two guys. And what Matthew perceives Gary's defending range to be. Clearly, he's going to fold.
Yep, easy one for him to fold there. That is an interesting board, like you said, though, Craig, because I do think the Jack 10-8 is going to connect a lot with the big blind defending range. At times there, of course, they completely missed. But you know the Ace King, when you see that on a Jack 10 X board, to get check raise is just very, very painful, typically.
Right.
Yeah, he thought it was 7.
But you also love when it just goes check fold.
Right. Bob says we need a raise.
Sounds good, Bob. We're always down for that, right? Who is it?
Robert Franklin, Bob
And then
Bob Gardner.
Okay, we're good to go. Thank you.
We got all the heroes in the chat tonight.
I know. I love it. I love seeing everybody show out every night. These are big moments, Craig, though. I'm a tournament player. I love the cash game streams, but I love seeing these big final tables, big money up top.
It adds a whole nother layer of strategy. You're playing poker, but you're really just playing a tournament. And you're using poker to play the tournament.
Yeah.
Whereas in cash game, you're just playing poker.
Thank you. All right, heads up.
Samantha defends with the suited Jack 6. Go ahead, Craig.
Some people might argue that, in cash game poker, you have a much larger decision tree, which is true because your stacks are much deeper. But here is a different decision tree, right? Because you're thinking about the laddering, you're thinking about the ICM, you're thinking about your position relative to all the other stacks.
Yep.
It's a whole different set of decisions.
It definitely is. It definitely feels different.
Yeah, because there's going to be an event. There's going to be someone's tournament life is going to end. Yeah. And it's just a matter of who goes first.
Yep, you can actually fold in tournaments and make money. It's crazy, right?
Correct. Yeah. I had a recent somewhat deep run at one of the Choctaw Circuit events, and at my day one, my best plays all day were folds. I made I played all the hands I played, the best hands I played in terms of the quality of the decision were folds for sure.
I need to remember that. I need to tell myself that from time to time.
Like, I don't remember any really sneaky value bet, any really cool bluffs or any hero calls. I just remember that was a good fold. That was a good fold. And I got to day two and, made a little bit of money.
Very nice. Congrats.
Did not find the folds on day two, though. So it was only a one-day deal, apparently.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah. It's a crowded club.
All right. Vu has the ace king suited.
He did re-raise here and got a quick fold. That would have been an interesting one to see to go to the flop considering what they were holding.
Hurricane Holly says Jacob and Vu are the faves, I'd say. Juco Main says, what's up, Drew and Craig? What's up there, Juco? How are you tonight?
That's another crusher. He's been really doing well lately too, Juco Main.
Yeah, big fan of Juco as well. I see George Nino in the YouTube chat. What's up, George? Says, I'll take Sandeep. Any bets? I bet you a dinner at Rounders. All right, George. I don't like betting against Sandeep.
Are you taking the field? Do you get the field?
Yeah, I think George is going to give me some good odds here too.
Well, I mean, if he has Sandeep and you have the field, I'll take the field. But Sandeep is good.
Let's see if George bites.
Raise.
Matthew's got a little pair here.
Brian, one of our shorter stacks now with about 6 bigs.
Yeah, he's looking for another spot. It's almost like he was looking to find one where he could come over the top of someone and pick up even a bigger pot, pre-flop.
Ideally, right? Ooh.
Oh, wait, that was definitely a misclick on the graphics, right?
Yeah, for sure.
This is a flop that nobody likes, but everybody is supposed to like. This is really Matthew understanding his range advantage here. And he takes it down.
Yeah,
that's another tough bet to make though when you're looking at a small blind defend versus a big blind defend. When you're holding a pair of threes on that board.
Yeah, definitely a nice board just to bet all of the hands that we would have raised pre-flop versus a big blind defend.
Yeah, still it's hard for some people to pull it off, though. Matthew did a good job there.
We just got confirmation seat 1 wasn't actually at the table during that hand, and as we saw, he did fold aces.
Wow. Nobody tell him. When he comes back, tell him it was 7 deuce.
Yeah, I always tell myself that if I ever miss a hand or I need to get away from the table and miss hands, I just always tell myself, don't worry. I would have lost a big pot or whatever I need to hear, you know?
Right. So Sandeep has a real hand, and he's got called by the chip leader. This could be a big showdown here if Samantha gets sticky. Well, not anymore.
Nice check by Sandeep.
Wow, he's sinking the hook. Do you see her reaction to that call?
Mm-hmm. She's very curious. We don't know much about Samantha's play, as we highlighted earlier, so we're going to be learning, just as you are.
Turn went check.
It looks like Sandeep bet about 400K into 2.4 milli, looking for a single pair to call or maybe even ace high. But Samantha wasn't having it. She was over it after the flop.
I think it might have been the speed with which he called that bet on the flop. It was really fast.
I think so. And she didn't take too long before putting out her bet. So if we did learn anything, Samantha will take some stabs and try to take down the pot without the goods.
Her and Vu's chip stacks are really starting to, get close. So she's not the clear chip leader anymore. I mean, she's a chip leader, but there's it's closing the gap.
My man Gary here, picking up the nines.
He's here to gamble.
So it looks like Gary might have made it 450 this time. Yep.
Could get interesting with the 9 on the flop. Ooh, this is going to get interesting.
1.1 million in the middle. Gary decides to take a quick check.
Matthew probably likes seeing the second king.
I agree. The question is, how's he going to play it here? 1.1 million in the middle. That's about a third of the pot.
Gary likes to gamble.
Yep. And Gary knows he checked back flop.
Yeah, he's probably going to call 1.
Showing weakness. Doesn't want to be exploited. He's going to peel 1.
He might look this up. Well, now he's counterfeited, so.
I think Matt is going to be targeting ace highs with this bet. What do you think for sizing?
What's in that pot? He's going to go really small, like 20%. Oh, even smaller.
Yep, 1 blind.
Yeah, 10%.
I love this bet.
I mean, it would get called by ace high, don't you think?
Yep, and it might even induce some bluffs. After his opponent snap checks back flop, he's fairly confident that Gary does not have a king.
Matthew does look a little suspect. He's not really buying it. I think that sizing has him thinking. The problem is he has to turn his hand to a bluff here. He has no showdown value, or he can just fold. But calling is not going to work.
Gary's got some purples. Those are 500K chips, everyone. So he's got 1.2 million carved out right now. Matt's bet looking like a genius bet right now.
Oh, there we go. He's going to snap call. Oh, he folded.
Oh, he folds.
Wow. So he did rip that king, and he showed it.
Bravo.
What a play. What a play.
Shout out to Matt, though. He taps the table, says bravo.
Yeah.
And Craig, that is, what's your interpretation of what just happened there?
So what I think happened was, I think Matt, you unintentionally inspired a bluff, like you said. Like he did, but then, and if he's trying to induce a bluff, then you got to call it. But I don't think that was what he's trying to do. I think he was trying to get paid by ace high. And, Gary wasn't buying it, but he couldn't figure out how to win the hand by showing down. So it almost like he gave him the idea to bluff.
Which, I think that is a function of that small bet. But if I had to wager a guess, I think that Gary understands his image. I think Matt also understands that Gary is not going to be likely going to be making any wild plays. And Gary, with some great recognition there, takes down the pot with the worst of it.
Yeah. I guess when you're facing that big bet and there are some small stacks at the table, your second full house doesn't look as great. I mean, he could easily have had a king there.
Yep.
So good for Gary to put him in that tough spot.
Yeah, shout out to Gary. Gary the gambler. He came to gamble. He's doing just that.
Yeah, Matthew didn't hear that conversation. He might have called.
No commentary?
I like that Gary also showed. I think that carries some implied value, that show for him later. We'll see if he gets paid off on some higher levels later.
Yeah, that'll be very interesting if he leverages that later. He's value betting.
What's going on there, Joe Cata 87 in the chat?
Joe Cat is here? World
Cata
champion.
87. Yep.
All right.
Might be the world champ, might be his cousin, might be a fan.
Might be his love child. You never know.
Vu coming in with a raise, ace king. Nobody wants to mess with Vu. He's going to take it down.
Yeah, I think if I were at this final table, there'd be certain players I would have to have a good reason to play a hand with. I'd be looking for reasons to not play. And I think he'd be one of them.
Who else? Who else would you try to avoid some pots versus in this lineup?
Sandeep.
Sandeep.
And I have played with him before. And now Gary. I don't want to play against Gary anymore.
I don't want to play against Gary either. I got to be like Gary. I'd have to. This is a man. If I was playing at his table, I'd have to look Gary in the eye and go, Gary, do you got it? Do you really got it, Gary?
Yeah, you got to talk to him.
I got to try to get a live read.
I wonder if Gary put him on a jack and decided to do that. That'd be even more impressive.
If I run into Gary, I'm gonna have to ask him next time.
Yeah, I would love to know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, some of the players have been quite quiet so far, but it's just been a function of card distribution for the most part, right?
Yep, totally agree.
Brian just might leverage the aggression right here. He chooses not to. And it would have worked.
That is correct. Ed in the chat points out that Josh, who just showed up there in seat 1, also just folded kings. So he apparently got his times mixed up here from what I just heard on the table. Josh has folded aces while sitting out, kings while sitting out, and ace king. That's what we saw earlier.
Ace, king, and king.
Oh, they're talking about it right now.
Oh, so he did fold the ace king earlier. Yeah, so he's had
That's
ace king
what it
as well.
was.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. This could be a very different situation right now if those hands had been played.
We're all good. We're all good on this.
Because a couple of times, like when he had ace king, it was when Samantha had ace queen.
Yep.
So it could have been a very different story.
Jesus with the queen 9 suited, sitting on 6 big blinds in the low jack. Definitely worth having a think.
All in from 2.
So he's 6 big blinds. Is that it?
Yep.
Yep. Tight fold by Jacob, but
Understandable. He's
Yeah,
sitting
that's good.
on less than 10 bigs. So he's got 9 bigs, right? You see a 6 big blind stack jam. You got one player behind it. I think it's some other situations, Craig. I think
Yeah.
the king 10 suited gets in there, but not at this final table with
No.
the stack depths, right?
yeah, and it might have been one of those situations where it had been a button versus big blind or
Mhm.
small blind versus big blind. He might have gone with it, but it was an early enough position that he had to consider.
Yep. And he's got Brian to his right, who's got 4 blinds.
Yeah.
So everyone's kind of keeping their eye on Brian's stack, waiting for him to make a move, trying to ladder up.
I think once that first person busts, things might just open up pretty big. Unless there's one other person that gets really small and it just keeps doing that all night. You know, that can happen sometimes too.
True. Sandeep with the queens coming in for a little over a min raise.
All right, we're going to go 3 ways this time. It'll be interesting.
All right, 3 players.
Gary with the top pair is going to lead out. Seeing this lead out, it almost justifies Matt's fold with the jack earlier. This lead is, I think, a classic style for some players who want to protect their hand. They don't want to get drawn out. And those are the type of players that Matt was folding his jack 9 to before.
Right.
So we're seeing here, Gary's got, he's riding both sides.
Yeah. I was going to ask you about that lead on that board. 3 ways. I don't know if that's the line I would take, but I guess you're just worried about it going check, 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 and then another Broadway card coming.
Yeah, pretty much. I think it is happy with the pot now versus checking and letting a jack 10 or a queen jack or even a second pair or bottom pair catch up.
I didn't notice the size of his bet. Do you think he is prepared to fold to a raise?
I don't think
any leads there.
I don't think so. I think a lot of players who lead out there, especially with top pair, will tend to call at least one raise and then decide on the turn or river.
Yeah, but then you're playing out of positions. It's tough.
Raise 700,000.
It's another big open.
Actually, Gary called button. Samantha made it 700,000.
Oh, okay. I thought Gary came in for the raise. That makes a little more sense.
I actually do kind of like his limp. It has some nice function to it. Keeps the pot small. Doesn't have to call a 3-bet. He can play in position. And he does toss it in.
Yeah, that's a play I don't use very often, but I do see its merit for sure, especially when the conditions are such as they are. I mean, those are the 3 big stacks at the table, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's 600,000.
Samantha with bottom pair is going to continue the aggression. Gary did pick up a 6, so I don't anticipate he's going to fold to 1-bet.
At this point, Samantha's clearly turning her into a bluff.
That's 500K into the 2.9 million chip pot. Gets another call. You think she'll pull the trigger here? This is the big question on the river, right?
It's a pretty good card for it. I think she's going to have to go big, though.
1 million.
Samantha's
Quarter
relentless.
pot. I mean, his exact hand, he may fold, but
Getting an amazing price. I think 2 million might have gotten the job done. This might be too good of a price for Gary to fold at this point. We'll see if she gets it done.
I mean, you're holding 4th pair. It's really hard, but it's almost like she's bet an amount that she wants to be called, which then you shouldn't call. So it's one of those reverse things.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if you're going to triple barrel, I don't know. I think I'd have gone a little bigger, but she might get it done here.
Craig, when I see somebody grab the call chips, I think he's tossing them in.
Oh, you got it.
Yep.
So now what's that going to do to Samantha's image?
Yeah, that's a mullet.
The question is, I think, Craig, is she going to pump the brakes now that she is down to 6.4 million in chips?
Right.
Gary's our chip leader. We're going to see very shortly that Vu, I believe, is going to have second place chip stack. And I think this might drop Samantha down to 3rd or 4th. We're about to find out. But nice hand there, Gary. And this does drop her down, as you can see, everybody left to right. Gary is our chip leader, 10.45 million. Vu in second with 9 million. Samantha with 6 million. And then in a bit further down, Sandeep sitting on 3 million in chips.
It's one of the things when you're playing live is getting those bet sizes the way you want them.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping track of the size of the pot and a bet that feels big when you start adding up isn't big, and a bet that you think is small sometimes is big. It's a hard thing, you know.
It really is. That's one of the particular things in tournaments. Bet sizing. It's everything.
And I think that when the stacks get to these numbers, you're like 1.6 mil, and you're dividing by 150,000, or you're like trying to do the math in your head is a struggle.
Math is hard, Craig. I'm
Math
not going
is-
to lie.
Math, I've heard that math is hard.
Matthew coming in with the raise, King 9 of hearts. Samantha's in there, and Vu's got a hand he can go either way with. He might call if he wants to keep the pot small out of position, but he could also squeeze.
I think he's gonna squeeze.
No,
No, I didn't throw enough.
Oh, was Samantha? Looked like Samantha was trying to raise and didn't put enough out there. If that's the case, that may slow him down a little bit.
225 over. It could be 125.
There seems to be some discussion about whether she was attempting to raise or whether it was a legal raise.
What do you think? Call for, I guess, maybe this way. Hey, Dan.
Looks like we're going to get a floor call on this.
Put out 600,000 right there. Should put out 600. Put out 600.
What's going on there, Stephen LeBron? Good chatting with you yesterday as well. I need to catch up with you, LeBron, by the way. You forgot your trophy at the club. Keep in touch with me, LeBron.
So it is a legal raise. Samantha has to put in 700. That's going to change the dynamics a lot.
Yeah. And now, actually, I might lean towards Vu raising, knowing that this was an accidental raise with extra dead money into the middle.
Well, I think she was intending to raise. I think she just didn't put in enough, and there was a question if it was a raise.
Looks like Vu's making it 2.3.
Yeah. There's the squeeze.
This is a nice sizing by Vu as well, because basically it is going to force Samantha, who I think is the biggest threat in this hand, to decide for her stack, because he put out 2.3. She's got about 6 million.
Yeah. Yeah, he puts her stack in play at that point. Yeah, it's a wonder. Yeah, I do wonder if that was she was trying to raise and didn't put enough, and it was a question, or she wasn't trying to raise and it was an accident. It does change the dynamics a lot.
It's not bad when it's like the cash range.
Gary's got a decent hand here in the hijack, Jack 10 offsuit.
All set.
He makes the call. Nice spot here for Jesus. Been waiting for a hand. A little over 6 bigs. Some limps. Easy jam.
Yeah, picking up that dead money right there is going to nearly double a stack, right?
Yeah.
Was he in the blind already though?
Yep, he was in the big blind.
Oh, okay. So it's not going to double. If he was picking up the blinds as well, that would be even more bonus.
A notable stack increase though.
Yeah. Is he going to get looked up?
My man Gary, I don't think he grabs chips to put them back in the stack.
Yeah, once they come out of the rack, it's once they come out of the stack, they're not going back. Easy fold for Josh at this point.
And Gary's actually in a flip. I don't know if he was going to.
The classic race.
Yeah, be in this good of a shape. Jesus with the pocket nines at risk.
They're running good or calling.
That's 4 more cards he has to fade now.
Yep, more outs for Gary.
He's dodging them all so far. Oh,
Gary.
Gary came to gamble. This is huge for our short stacks to move up.
Yep. Brian, one of the shorter stacks, is going to catch a ladder. Gary is going to pick up the pot. GG's, everyone in the chat, for Jesus M going to bust out in 9th place today. Good for $2,780.
Put him on the mic.
Now everybody at our final table has locked up 3.8K in this 150K guaranteed 2023 South Texas Poker Championships, event number 2, the opener. $200 buy-in. We're down to our final 8 now. And Brian is still our short stack, followed by Jacob M. They're sitting in seat 5 and 6.
Oh, did it happen? Yes, sir.
That's small. Or, yeah, the cat's wondering how you sold it to
Craig, do you ever think that players make decisions based on, Gary in this instance, based on how they're running? You get a little bit of momentum. You had that big hand versus Samantha. Do you think that factored in?
I think that factors into some players, for sure. It's almost like when they win a few hands, they got bonus chips to play with, and they're gonna ride the heater. But I certainly don't do that, and sometimes maybe I think I should. It does seem to work out for people.
I'm not going to lie. I am one of those players at times. I feel like there's some flow, and if you're kind of hot, you're hot. Top pair here for Vu.
Texas, Oklahoma. Their main was always
300,000.
Matthew's got a hand here, Craig, where he can check call at some frequency, but unfortunately his stack is just a little bit too small, 12, 13 blinds. He really needs to preserve those and try to outlast some of the short stacks, right?
Yeah, I agree. It's just, I think he's in position. You can float there, but out of position is just too hard. You just don't know what you're going to face on the next card, the size bet you're going to have to face, and yeah, preserve those chips so that when you do need to and can get a double, you have more to double.
You could see Gary with our chip lead, 12 million chips. Brian's going to be in the big blind next hand.
Jacob's biding his time. He's going to looks like he's going to really hopes that Brian gets into a big hand soon. I think just raising and taking one down is probably going to help Samantha.
Hold on, let me get someone.
This is what you should do.
Get her confidence back.
Yeah,
she looks like she's back. Win one hand, you're back. Right, you're right back in it.
That's how it is sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah. Especially when, like, I mean, she started off hot, and then she had a couple, missteps or some things not go her way. You could see her deflate a little bit, but just takes one raise and take it to get you back into your positive mindset.
100%. I think we can all connect with that.
Easy fold for Jacob under the gun.
Jacob is in prison.
Yeah,
and Brian is the warden right now with his short stack.
Yeah, he's in lockdown.
Blinds have gone up. 250K big blind. Vu comes in for a min raise to 500,000.
He showed it.
I'll just resident blind out.
The thing about looking for a good hand, at some point your stack gets so low that any two cards is the good hand.
Oh, it's sister. I'm the one. You don't get it.
He ran.
You get it. You don't get it.
Yeah, call it the 6.
No, she said you get ace jack.
I'll see it.
Gary and Vu are really distancing themselves from the pack here with their chip stacks.
More, scan more. Ooh, scan more.
Like that.
There you go. We're good.
You're stuck. That's what that means.
They couldn't register because they're aces. They couldn't register right.
Jacob's being chastised for not registering his cards on the reader. He's a dealer here. He should know.
All in from all.
You weren't listening. I just said I had aces.
Matthew does have ace king, and he's all in. I'm sorry, Josh is all in with the 9-10, and Matthew has a choice. I have a feeling he's going to get his chips in here.
Scream like you have a box there. You don't have a box.
He did look over to look at the small stack size.
Hold on.
Surprised Josh went all in with the 10-9 here with the small blind so short.
Are you just making stuff up?
He might regret this.
They're side by side.
It is 9 big blinds or so.
2, 4, 3, 5.
I mean, surely Matthew's going to call. He did call. He went all in. See what's behind. Jacob's got Queen Jack suited. He's going to fold. He said he would. He said he would have called off Brian. All right, so we got a. Oh, it was 9s. I thought it was 10-9. So the card reader was wrong. Our graphics are wrong. So it is a pair of 9s. So we have a race. That makes a lot more sense. All right. So let's see if the 9s can hold.
Another big confrontation, big flip.
Yeah, I thought that was 10-9. 9s make a lot more sense. And Brian and Jacob are just rooting for this ace king to win.
This is huge for short stacks, seeing other players get all in and then get called. Because this is, right now at this point, from 8 players to 7 players, this is a potential $1,400 ladder on a $200 buy-in.
Right, 7 times your buy-in just for this ladder. The 9s are clean so far. Some backdoor draws there now. There's the ace. There's not a lot of outs left in the deck.
To our knowledge, a 9 is going to be needed. There should be 2 out there.
Got the dramatic pause this time.
Yep. Very dramatic.
We know the 9's going on the river, so it pauses online.
For the players predicting that they know a 9's coming.
Matthew just wants to get this over with.
What? How the fuck did I pull that 9 out of there?
They can feel it.
And then let's see here.
And the river runs out clean.
Yep.
Wow. So Brian has survived coming into this table with 600K. He's watched 2 people get eliminated. That is huge for him.
Massive, massive. So now we're just getting our graphics updated here, everyone. But we are now down to 7 players in our 150K South Texas Poker Championship event number 2.
These are getting real now.
Nah, I had 7.
The remaining players have locked up $5,200. The next ladder is going to be about $1,500. And Brian making money here. He's got a blind and a half.
But he was joking.
That's
Laddering.
That is a win right there.
Right there. Yeah, right there. Yeah, right there.
50 and 125.
If he has 1 chip right now, it's worth $5,200.
Yep.
You're gonna be pretty. Raised 500,000.
Sandeep coming in for the raise. 500K with the King 10 offsuit.
It's dangerous for him to raise into Gary, I think.
Hey, you
But
play your game. You play your cards.
Oh,
Those books are lying, bro. That's telling you.
Fuck all those bugs, man.
that's right.
At 600,000.
Huh. Flopping top 2 is nice.
Yep, that's about a third of the pot. Very quickly, too. Sandeep, very confident about his moves. Very quick with his actions.
Yeah, he's so comfortable at the table.
So there, everyone, you can see in the bottom of our screen here, Brian, with the 2 blinds, blind and a half actually. He's got 3 green chips, which are worth 100,000, and then Jacob's got less than 6 blinds with 1.2 million.
Yeah. That's why that open from Sandeep was so interesting, because he is under the most kind of ICM pressure there. 2 guys behind him really don't have much to lose at this point.
Dude, that
True.
would have been everywhere. That would have been everywhere.
But at the same time, he has to pick up some chips here and there. So
Injection.
All set.
Bro, how do you even do this?
I see you, Venom.
Been nasty if you dunked it. Could have, huh?
Yeah, Don was almost there.
Check, check, flop. The turn brings a 3, which gives Samantha an open-ended. But she's up against Gary, and it doesn't look like she wants to try to get him to fold a hand again just yet.
That's 250.
Yeah, quick fold. Do you think back on that other hand where Josh had the 9s, there's any merit in doing something other than all-in free? Just like an open and leave yourself some chips behind to see what happens?
Potentially, yeah. With the other short stacks, that's definitely a play that you'll see from some more experienced players in ICM situations where they can actually fold and make money. They'll put a large portion of their stack into the middle on the off chance that 2 other players go all in. One of them is a shorty and covered.
Right.
And they might be able to find a ladder.
Yeah.
So I think it's reasonable. But also very standard to just put it in the middle for most.
Yeah.
Raise to 5.
What's up there, VA Venom? Good to see you in both chats.
Another crusher. Another crusher.
Yeah.
My mans.
550 is the big bet.
Matthew with the kings comes in for the raise. Brian with the pocket 5s and a little over a blind makes the call.
Gary's in there as well, so we're going 3 ways. Boo's in the big blind, looking at a great price with a terrible hand.
All right, let's give me an additional 250 from each, which leaves 500 to the side.
Gracias.
So Brian's got one of his outs in Gary's hands. So that's not good.
Sir, you'll have heads up side
Yeah,
action.
he's going to need to hit a 1-outer to stay alive or put something really nice together. And that's not the start of it.
I think Matthew's thinking about here with Gary in the hand with him. Probably
You like a check or a bet? What do you like here, Craig?
I think he's got a bet to protect his hand. I mean, he's got to figure he's got the best hand at the moment, unless Gary was slow playing jacks. And I think
That's 400,000.
I mean, he thinks he's betting for high value here against like a pair of 9s or something, pair of 7s maybe.
I think so. Maybe versus the ace-5 suited as well.
Yeah, you're not going to give it up with backdoor draws and an overcard. Matthew's going to vomit if he sees an ace. That's not a great card either, I don't think. This may go check, check. I don't know if Matthew wants to open the door to be bluffed again, though.
I think he might choose a different sizing now with what he knows, but I think he'll mostly just continue to value bet here.
Yeah.
2.7, probably bet about 1.3, 1.4, if I
Nice.
guess.
Nice to have that pair of 3s on the board to give you a 2-pair, you know, in case you're up against Queen Jack.
Agreed. Matthew does go with 1.4.
Yeah, I think that was smart. I think he needs to into the hand.
And Brian's going to need to hit a 1-outer, everyone. He needs the case 5. Gary just folded a 5.
Pretty good, though,
Oh, and Gary just told him too.
Oh, no, Gary, don't do that. Let him have some hope.
Don't be surprised.
Yeah.
I don't hear no oohs and ahs, all right?
Don't be surprised.
Ooh, that was close.
Brian did a great job to ladder there twice. So
Yeah, well, Brian made an extra $2,500 coming into the final table as a short stack. But as it is, he is going to be our 7th place finisher today. He's going to get the 5,200 in the payout, and all other players are going to ladder $1,500, locking up $6,750.
That's pretty hard. Really hard. No.
And look at it's going. Does it feel like it's going quick, Craig?
it does. I mean, it took a little bit going, but and now Jacob's just going to find a hand and get it in. So it may get down to 4 very quick. And it is stacking up that there's going to be probably a really interesting 3-way battle at the end of this. Unless this next bubble lasts a long time.
Who's going to complete the small blind with the queen deuce?
Jacob's done very well too. He came into this final table second in 8th place, and he's laddered up now.
Quite a bit, almost
to 6. Yeah,
almost $4,000 in ladders. I was wondering if Matthew. Yeah, I was wondering if Matthew was going to raise there with the King 7 versus Vu's limp.
So you just sit back there with the tablet. Oh, dude,
You would hate to get re-raised if you had the King 7 suitor, but King 7 offsuit you don't mind.
Right.
Raise it, take it down, and Matthew's actually got 3rd place in chips, so he's got some tackling fuel, about 30 blinds.
And it's really good that he recovered like that because he could have easily been rattled by that bluff earlier.
Yeah, he handled that really well from Gary. And Gary also very friendly, turned it over. And I think the energy wasn't aggressive. It was like, I'm capable. Respect me a little bit, right?
Yeah. Jacob's all in here under the gun with King 10 suited. Gary's got the suited ace and he's thinking about it.
He's got the chips to make the call.
He's got players behind him, though.
That is the tough part.
That
Oh, from 7.
I don't know. He's running good, man. It seems like he thought that run good. Let's go.
All right, another all-in situation.
Well,
Craig, things are heating up. We're getting to see some
64.
action.
I'm kind of rooting for Jacob to double up. We'd like to see the dealers get their due, you know? They work hard.
Yep, I agree. Totally agree. Shout out to the dealers.
We got about red and black on this one.
Oh, black gonna lose.
There it is. There it is. Got the backdoor diamonds now, though.
Needs to be an ace.
Sweat there, the one-legged?
Yeah, a little bit.
Nice double for Jacob.
Oh, the same hand.
King 10? Oh, that's why you say you don't really want to say about
The same.
We agree with you there, Sean Child, in the YouTube chat. Says surprisingly fast ladders so far.
Raven Rage in the house. That's what Sean goes by online, Raven Rage.
What's up there, Sean?
Out of Memphis. He's the Memphis Mafia there.
And Gary making a name for himself. Check this out. No fear, Gary. That is correct. Confirmed so far. Cletus. Did I say it right that time, Craig?
You did. You did.
emergency.
Raised 525.
Fu coming in for the raise with the ace-4 offsuit. Jacob with new life, 2.3 million in chips.
I think he's going to defend. Oh. What was that open to? Just over min?
Little over min.
Yeah. I think when he's still the low stack, right?
Yeah, I believe he is the lowest next to, we're about to find out right now.
So when you're in that spot and you're in the big blind, you can close the action with, a hand like that.
Mm-hmm.
You want to take a flop and hit a piece of it and go with it?
I think so. He is the shortest stack at this point. I think that's fine. But I also think there is a little bit of I just doubled up. We have a little bit more time to try to catch a bit more of a reasonable situation.
Right. I just got these chips. I don't want to give them away yet, quite yet.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of that working in there, and I don't blame him.
Yeah. I mean, his patience has paid off, so.
What's up there? Dat Ace, though, Poker. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everyone, coming over from Dat Ace's stream. Welcome to San Antonio, Texas. We're at Rounders Card Club, live streaming the final table of South Texas Poker Championship, event number 2, the 150K guaranteed opener. Head over to rounderscardclub.com to check out the entirety of this series. Gary defends his big blind with the 7-6 off versus Sandeep's button open.
Monotone flops are always interesting.
That's 300,000.
Yeah.
Yep. Sandeep, very familiar with this monotone board. He's aware that he could just bet small a lot of the time, and if he thinks his opponent is playing fit or fold, it's going to be a very, very valuable bet.
Do you think that Gary talking to him and being so engaged with him on that flop affected anything?
I think so, a little bit. I'm personally, Craig, I'm a live reads person. I enjoy that stuff. And I think that when players kind of break away from their baseline way of acting, making eye contact, kind of looking at you, a lot of the time they want you to check and they're not going to be that strong.
Yep. Yeah. And Sandeep has seen it all. So
Yeah, you want to just wait till the break?
Got the pocket aces here. Matthew's hoping to get some action. He might get it from Gary.
I think so. We just saw Jacob folded one of Gary's 2s, though. So Gary drawn to a 1-outer to suck out on the aces.
Well, Gary did come to gamble, he told us.
All right, we're going heads up to the flop.
Not the best board when you have aces.
What do you like here, Craig? A better check on this board.
Oh, I made a big mistake with this exact same board last weekend, and I checked them, and I regretted it. But theory-wise, it should be a check a lot of the time, but I think in this situation, you got to keep betting.
Matthew goes half pot.
I mean, Gary's going to put him on 2 face cards or 2 big cards. He's probably going to call.
Gary is 100% when grabs chips, they go in.
30 bullets, though. I've still got, I got to get third to get to that tax bracket.
Oh, it's getting worse. I mean, there's also, there's a heart draw out there. I do like this check back, though. Keep this pot smaller.
It's also tougher to get called by worse hands on that board.
Yeah, good point.
2.8 million in the middle. Looks like Gary's grabbing chips.
Do you think he's value betting, or do you think he's bluffing?
I think he's bluffing.
Okay.
I think this is a spot where Gary, he plays a lot of poker. We established that earlier in the stream. I think he kind of knows his image.
Oh, super.
Yeah, this time he's getting looked up.
A very nice play by Matthew here, though. He's going to pick up a 4.6 million chip pot.
Yeah, I think once he checks that turn, he's pretty committed to calling a lot of rivers. I think maybe he could have folded maybe like the 3 of clubs, or the 3 of hearts on the river. That might have been one of the cards, or the 8 of clubs, the 8 of hearts might have been able to get away from it. But
another situation too, though, Craig, where we see a small bet intended as a bluff getting called. And do you think that has to do with the pot odds just too good of a price here?
It looked like Matthew. Maybe I didn't notice the size of
25,000 more on the
that
small
river
blind.
bet, but it looked like Matthew had kind of made up his mind with that river pairing that he was probably calling.
25,000 more on the small. Thank you. Raise the 525 from 4.
You know, Matthew's the only one who, at least online, shows a strong online profile for poker. You know, as well for results.
Mhm.
With his WSOP online series, and
I got it almost zero, so I left.
that and his live poker
left about
success, he's
9.
probably a very well balanced, studied player.
I would assume the same. I would
He
assume
probably
the
has a
same.
plan laid out for these hands. Not that these other players don't play online; they just don't have. I just didn't see. You know, he was the only one I could see some serious online results from.
Heads up. Okay.
Cletus said that Gary's just building on his image. He's just setting him up for later.
I believe it. It's working for him right now, 100%. I see a message here in the chat saying that Sean Child here would not want to be facing Sandeep at his table. He's scary comfortable.
Yeah, he really is. It just feels like he knows what kind of exactly what he wants to do at this final table. He's going to pick and choose his spots. He's not going to get out of line. I think if he thinks he can get down to the top 4, top 3, he can. I think he feels very comfortable. He can play with anybody at this table. He just got to get there. I've been impressed with Matthew. Jacob's all in.
Got about 9 blinds with the ace-king offsuit.
At this point, 9 blinds feels like heaps, doesn't it?
It really does. And I think what's important at these stages of a tournament final table like this, and even last 2-3 stages, it's more important, do you have fold equity at your table versus do you have 10 blinds or less? Because you could just put your chips in the middle, and as long as you still have that power to get people to fold hands, then you kind of have the most important thing, in my opinion, in tournaments.
Yeah, I think people forget that. You think 10 blinds is 10 blinds, but sometimes 10 blinds feels like 40. You know, when your 10 blinds is 40% of someone's stack, you know?
Exactly.
You know, early in the tournament or midway in the tournament, if you had 10 blinds, you'd just be like feeling like you had dust, but it really does have a lot of leverage still.
Gary coming in for the limp. Samantha's going to raise with her 10s to 700K. And now Vu has a decision here. Does he want a flat button, play in position? Does he think Samantha's raising Gary because he's limping with a wider range? And can he get through what is going to be now a 3-bet with the king-queen offsuit? What do you think here, Craig? What are you leaning towards?
I think he's going to give Samantha some credit for having a real hand. That doesn't mean she doesn't have a real hand she can fold, though. He did give it up.
Yep, seems as if he's on the same wavelength as you.
I think if that had been a pattern he'd seen frequently, he might have turned that into a squeeze. It's a really good hand to do it with, right? You have 2 blockers, and you know you have a player that's probably playing a few too many hands, a player that looks like they want to get involved, and I might put it a good spot for it. But I think it was a pretty good read.
Gary keeps the 100% chips in the middle after grabbing statistic alive.
Oh. It's hard for him to represent that ace once he's limp called, right?
I think he could still have some suited ace-X in his range.
Oh, you're right, because he did that earlier. He limped with an ace.
Yep. He's definitely been limping his aces. Kind of his middling, weak type hands. He wants to see for cheap, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
He does have some backdoor draws. Let's see if he chases. Samantha's got Gary laughing. He's definitely going to fold.
How about her comfort level while that hand's in play? While she's made her bet, he's thinking about it, and she's very comfortable talking and relaxed.
I agree that could be a tell for some, though earlier Samantha was pretty confident and she was kind of laughing and smiling when she was trying to bluff him with the 3-4 or the 4-5 suited earlier.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, she's able to keep her demeanor light in both situations. Like, I mean, I think she probably felt like she had the best hand there, but when that ace is out there and you have a pair that's vulnerable, it's tough to stay chatty.
I agree. I agree.
Venom's asking you who you think the most studied player at the table is.
Based on what I know, if I had to make a guess with limited information, I would assume that Matt, having an online background, that he would have more access to programs and ways to study to grow his game. But that said, we've got Sandeep at this table. We got Vu at this table. We got Jacob at this table, who've all got some notable accomplishments in poker.
Right.
Last hand before the break. Yeah.
Sandeep takes down a pot, and as you're hearing, everyone, we got one more hand before our players are going to take a short break. If you're enjoying the stream, please do us a favor. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button on YouTube. Show some love. We got a lot of final tables coming to you this month here in November at Rounders as part of the South Texas Poker Championships.
What do you know?
Oh, you think we can pop my stats with a beer?
All
right, guys, one break after the hand.
Breaks 550.
Y'all get a minute? I need everybody to fill out one of these tax forms.
No.
Oh, the tax man's coming.
Oh, go away, tax man.
It's always good when you have to fill out the tax form. It means you did really well in the tournament.
Yeah,
550.
I'm in the system.
550,000.
Sorry, my
No, don't worry. Don't worry. More than happy to help.
All right.
Look at Gary playing like he's an old man and doesn't know what's going on.
Oh.
It's all part of the act.
Craig, I cannot wait till I reach his level and I get to do all this stuff.
I got to play in the seniors event this summer in the World Series. It was amazing.
That sounds fun.
That was my first time. Interesting.
VA Venom, correct. Jacob in seat 6 is a dealer at Rounders.
Gary's looking to spike the spade. Hit the 4 instead. Be interesting to see if he can. Ooh, Sandeep. Oh, I thought he said check. He said bet. Okay.
Sandeep bets about half of his remaining chips. Gary's got folding motion going.
I think Sandeep played this hand very well. I'm so
wow. Oh, wow. Is Gary going to break 100%?
Wow.
Craig, this will be a call that I did not expect, but I feel like I should have.
If he calls here, well, then we're going to see what Sandeep's made of if he can recover from this.
I see a comment from Mike Day on YouTube says, do you think Gary will slow down at all? I think we're about to find out.
Mike Day is another crusher. SIU Ranger.
My man, Suey.
Always on the break. This always happens on the break hand, you know?
Yeah. Wow, Gary.
Wow. What a call.
Gary just
What?
hits
Wait till
the
he sees
four. Yeah, Sandeep just went, wow.
Wow.
Gary is a beast. Gary came to gamble. He told me. I was walking out of Rounders earlier. He's like, I'm a gambler. And he is showing us that today. He picks up
No color,
this
Dan? No color?
5 million chip pot. He might be one of our chip leaders.
All right, I'll help you chip.
Wow. What a great call.
Other deck is set, so gotta make that.
Hey. Might come see it on the video.
Gary, you are going to see it on the video, my friend.
Wait a few minutes.
We should be posting that up there.
So let's check this out here, Craig. We're going in. Our players are going to take a short break, everyone. Hello. For those of you just tuning in, my name is Drew, a.k.a. Bet on Drew. My co-host tonight, Craig Savage. Craig, what are you feeling? We're down to 6 players. How's the action been for you so far?
I've been very impressed with everyone's play. I think everyone's made the best decisions with the information they've been given, and I've been really impressed with their resiliency. You know, Jacob's still in there. I mean, we'll see how Sandeep handles it when he gets back. He's going to be very, very short stacked, but he knows how to navigate a short stack. I think Samantha. Started off with the chip lead, took some hits, and has recovered her composure as well. Just stayed very composed. So, and of course, Gary's just making it super exciting. I think it's going to come down. It's going to be I think it's going to be a really, really interesting battle when we get four-handed, because I think the chip stacks are going to be pretty close.
I agree. After the break here, the blinds are going to go up to 300K, which is going to mean Sandeep then is going to have about 5 blinds. Jacob's going to have 7 blinds. And then there's a big jump in the chip stacks. You could see here, 4th, Samantha is going to be sitting on a little over 20 blinds. And then another big jump to our 3rd place chip stack, Matthew, who's got just under 10 million. Gary's got a little over 10 million. And then Vu in seat 9, who's just been slowly increasing his stack, is a slight chip leader sitting at about 10.5 million in chips.
Well, I really thought Sandeep was going to get that hand through. I thought he played it well, but Gary sniffed it out.
Yep. So shout out to Gary for sure. And for those of you hanging out with us, like I said, this is event number 2, South Texas Poker Championships. We are down to the final 6 players. Our next big event, we actually have the seniors event running at Rounders right now as we speak. But tomorrow we have, first time for the South Texas Poker Championships here, we have the ladies Championship. There was a big ladies event that went on up at Austin a few months ago. I love seeing that turnout. I know my girlfriend Hannah is going to be playing in this ladies event along with a bunch of other ladies that I've talked to at the club. So if you happen to be in the area tomorrow, everyone, November 7th, 4 p.m., 240 buy-in, ladies championship for event number 6 trophy. And after that, Wednesday starts a huge event. I'm very, very excited about this one. Event number 7, the 300,000 guaranteed mystery bounty. It runs from November 8th to the 13th, which is when the final will be. The top bounty is going to be $30,000. First place, Craig, is going to be $30,000. This is a $500 buy-in.
That's amazing.
Experience, Craig, with mystery bounties. Have you played a bunch?
I have never played a mystery bounty.
Mm-hmm.
I have played a couple of live bounty tournaments. I played the mystery bounties online. I shouldn't say I've never played a mystery bounty. I've never played a live mystery bounty. It seems like they'd be super exciting when they go up there for the pool.
Oh, I actually can't describe the excitement when it is time to pull a mystery bounty. I was very fortunate this last summer. I pulled a $50,000 mystery bounty.
I remember that.
At the Win, which was crazy because I went into day 2 and was one of the shorter stacks in my table. I got aces, I doubled up. And then very shortly after that, Robbie Jade was at my table. After my double, I covered her and ran into another situation all in. She's all in. Someone else is all in. I looked down at aces. Craig, I'm not going to lie. As much as I played poker, my hands were shaky in this spot.
It's great. If your hands stop shaking, Drew, it might be time to find something else to do, right? You got to have your hands shaking every once in a while. You can't get so used to it that your hands don't shake when you're that excited.
True, true. So I love mystery bounties. I hope that we see some of you out there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take about a 2 or 3 minute break here. We got some highlights for you. And as you can see here on the right, we'll see when the players are coming back. We'll be right back with you here shortly.
Ooh, Preston's just gonna go for it.
Yeah, and I don't mind. I mean, you kind of want to bet range here, although this is not amazing for your range. Jacob is very happy to have 10 of spades, although when we put pressure on hands, he's definitely allowed to have single spades that contain aces and kings, so...
Yeah, and you know you're drawing dead to, or close to dead to a hand like King Jack with a King of Spades, Queen Jack with a Queen of Spades, Ace Jack with the Ace of Spades, etc.
Yeah, I mean, this is a spot that you got to proceed with caution as Jacob, and I wonder what he does. Oh, this is an interesting turn in which Crescent gets some showdown. Does check.
And you can see he's only got 2 outs since the 7 or 6 of spades will not help him.
Oh my
and he
God.
hits the offsuit 7? What was he on the flop, like 3%?
Yeah, he had 2% on the flop.
Oh no. He's gonna jam.
That's brutal.
And also, good of Preston to be cognizant enough to jam for value here. A lot of people will just be like, okay, I hit my 2 cents. Good play down by Jacob. Chaz, aces, please.
Oh, but he has the other nuts, 7-6 offsuit.
And he's up against 2 people with 10-9 off and Queen Jack. A lot of them sharing each other's ass. And not gonna get anyone to play.
Well, this is a 1-2 game, by the way, y'all.
$400 in pre-flop.
No one has a suited hand, so we're gonna see Chaz actually step a little bit into the lead above most of the hands. And Queen Jack is actually gonna lead for 25. This is a very, very weird bet, just because you're often going to get re-raised by a lot of hands here.
Yeah, it's almost like, it looks like you almost want to induce a raise, which might actually get you raised.
How you guys doing?
Good, just having fun over
No sticky yet?
Sticky
Love it.
Oh, y'all listening for a break.
Got a
Super sticky before the break. Bottom 10.
150 Gary.
Sticky Gary.
Icky.
Welcome back, everybody. Short break. Everyone was like, let's get this thing popping.
You were opening it, right?
Yeah. Okay. Not the bottom one.
Look at that, Craig. Our players didn't want to take too long of a
Man.
break.
I know. They didn't. How'd they have a chance to get something to eat or go to the bathroom?
I know, right?
I guess they have 2 places to be tomorrow. They want to get into the next tournament. Gary's probably waiting to get into the seniors. Samantha wants to be rested for the ladies' event tomorrow. Keep this thing moving.
I dig it. I'm here for it.
Well, maybe Samantha's not getting ready for the women's event. Looks like she has a adult beverage over there.
Well, she's got time to recover before tomorrow afternoon.
So some of us aren't young enough to do that fast. It takes us longer to recover these days.
Craig, I connect with that, man. I can't even stand a hangover the next day. Though I do like to have a couple drinks, kick back, relax.
Once in a blue moon. That's for me. Once in a blue moon.
Yep, I like that. Feels optimal.
I don't know, I might say that already.
Oh, I know it does somewhere.
Good. Thank you.
For those of you just tuning in, we're picking back up the action, 6-handed. Our players have locked up a cash right now for $67.50, almost a $2,000 pay jump, $1,700, $25,000 for first place. Event number 2, South Texas Poker Championship, the $150K guaranteed.
Good play with some time, Joe.
Vu gets a walk in the big blind, by the way.
Must be nice.
I love that. Except in cash games. Then it's
Yeah.
boring.
He really is doing his advertisement on garbage.
I'm gonna have to get down to San Antonio. These tournaments look like a lot of fun.
Oh, you have to, man. If you're only in Dallas,
Yeah.
very manageable. I would say everybody that I have been speaking to and a lot of my friends that I know are starting to come down for the mystery bounty this coming weekend.
4 from 4. All in.
Jacob's all in with the queen jack and the hijack.
Yep. About a little over 7 blinds.
He still has some fold equity. I think that's smart.
2.2.
I don't think he's going to get through Vu, though.
I agree with you. 6 is a very strong hand.
Oh, he did get it through. Well, so 7 big blinds still has fold equity. That's the point.
Yep, we talked about that earlier.
Yeah, it's the point you were making before. Venom wants to get me in the car and drive down from Dallas.
VA, you know what to do. Oh, he wants to fly a private jet?
Well, I think he means my Mazda, but, close enough.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, bring that Mazda down here. Dinner on me, guys, okay?
Yeah.
At Rounder's Rail Bar and Grill.
There you go.
All in.
There, Jacob's all in again. A little better hand this time. I think this time he wouldn't mind being called. And
4 from 7.
Gary found a little discipline.
Oh, wow. These are massive
wow.
hands.
Wow, this is about to get really, really dirty.
Yeah, Samantha, did she go all in or just call? Oh, she called. And she's showing she has 3 million behind. Vu's got ace king suited. I mean, he covers both. We're just going to see a massive, massive hand here. Buckle up, chat.
2.8. Yep.
I mean, it's kind of interesting with ace king suited. I mean, you can sit back and know that one of these people is either going to be out or. Well, how much does Samantha start the hand with?
6 million. She put 5.8.
Okay.
Looks like she's got 3 behind. Craig, if Vu calls here, though, and knocks out these 2 players, including Samantha, that means he adds 9 million to his stack. He's got 20 million, and he's running away with this almost. What do you think?
I think he's factoring all that in. There he goes. I mean, he also could get Samantha to fold. I mean, I don't think she will, but she might find a fold. I mean, think about it. So raise, a 3-bet, a 4-bet, and you have jacks. If she folds, she can't bust.
That is true. That is definitely worth thinking about in this spot. 1.7K ladder if Jacob does bust. I don't envy her position here, Craig.
I mean, it would be very justifiable to fold here. I mean, you're up against exactly what he has, or, I mean, is he ever doing this with 10s? Maybe. But he doesn't have 10s or 9s often enough, right? He has ace king, ace queen.
She makes a nice fold.
Yeah, I think it's the right play.
Nice job, Samantha. And ace queen versus ace king now.
I mean, she looked a little bit annoyed, but at the same time, he can also have queens or kings or aces there.
Agreed.
So I think it's fine.
Jacob at risk with the ace queen suited. Vu with the ace king of diamonds. Sweaty.
Jacks are looking pretty good right now, but
Jacob has 5 outs, 5 true outs.
There it is. Now she can feel much better about it until the queen rolls off.
Yep. And Jacob now just needs one of the 2 remaining jacks.
So
he does not get it.
Yeah.
GG's for Jacob. Nice
Well
hand
done, Jacob.
there to Vu.
He came into the table second to last in chips, and he leaves in what place? 6th place? Not bad.
6th place, not too bad. Jacob's going to take home $6,750 for his efforts in this
I
$200
told
buy-in. All
Even
players have
though
locked up
technically I should
8,450
not have. Yes, you know.
now,
This is a bad game.
and we're five-handed.
I guess that matters. Right?
What's up there, Skull Mike? Says Vu continuing that heater, eh? It seems like it, man. It seems like it. We were talking about that earlier. Vu took down the Millie at the lodge for 188K, and now he is up and away the big chip leader with 17 million in chips.
It's weird how that works, where people can just run off a series of tournaments in a row. I think a lot of that's confidence, right? When you're when you know things are going well, but you're also playing well on top of it.
I think all of that kind of synergizes and connects to what I was saying earlier. You know, when you're inside of a heater, you have that momentum, confidence is higher, things are going your way. Seems as if Vu is stepping into the pitches right now for sure.
Hold, 7. And a call.
No, we need to call. We need a drink. What side?
All right, we're getting all in from Sandeep with the king 9. On small blind. Matthew calls from the button. It does cover. Sandeep is at risk, but ahead.
No way.
I'm saying that I want you to buy me a drink. That's why.
Oh no.
You're not cool.
I don't want you to get drunk.
Still got opportunities on this run out here with the ace jack high flop. Not so much anymore. Even if the board pairs, the 9 kicker is going to play. And the 9 kicker is going to play. Sandeep is going to get a double up to 2.4 million in chips. Matthew takes a small hit. 8.2 million in chips still.
I know.
Yeah, Sandeep with chips is not good for anybody at the table. I think they're all. It's one of those things where you're rooting for yourself, but you're also kind of anti-rooting everybody else at the final table. When you're the one sitting with them, not outwardly, but inwardly, you're like, just bust that guy, bust him.
Oh, we all know. Everyone connects with that for sure.
Sean asked about opportunities. What a great word.
It is. I think for me, I have to give Joe Stapleton and James Hardigan credit for me learning that word.
Okay. I learned the congratulations at some point in my poker lingo when somebody cashes but doesn't win the tournament and they bust deep, but they didn't quite get there.
I think I've heard that before, but usually in those moments, my hearing goes when I'm shortly after busting out.
Right.
Vu raises up the ace queen.
Wow.
Matthew 3-bets to 2 mil with the 9s, and Sandeep, who just doubled up, has ace queen as well. This is these are massive hands, 5-handed.
I think Sandeep's going to find a fold.
Gosh, this is tough.
I think he probably feels like he's ahead of Vu, but he's probably not feeling very good about this 3-bet, Matthew.
No, not the commentators, the production.
Yeah.
Fold.
Sandeep makes what seems to be a tough fold.
Fold.
Now let's see what Vu wants to do with the 2nd or 3rd place chip stack. I believe actually Matt has a 3rd place chip stack at this point. Vu getting a chip count from Matthew, trying to decide what he wants to do. Sees he's up against about an 8 million chip stack.
Do you think that's a tell when you're like, what do you think that conveys when you're checking out that stack size and you're asking to confirm?
I think for more recreational type players, that could be some sort of a sign of strength. But I think for some more seasoned tournament players, we're really just trying to line up the variables and see what we think our best course of action is. And understanding the stack depth is such a huge variable in that moment.
I go through long stretches where I'm in between live play, where where I play online, then play live, and then and in those times when I haven't been playing live a lot, that's where the hardest thing is keeping track of people's stack sizes. But when you play every day live, it becomes second nature almost.
If you care about it to look at it, right? There's a lot of players who don't ever look at stacks, I believe, and especially in some cash games, myself included, I'll be honest. Tournaments, though, I'm always looking at stacks.
Right. Well, I think in cash games, unless somebody's extremely out of whack with their stack size, you can kind of cluster them. But you guys play some crazy cash games on there where people can have 600 big blinds.
Craig, what do you think of this spot here? Vu's flop 2 pair, open-ended for Matthew.
I think we're going to see a big pot. Just flat?
Yep.
Interesting.
I think Vu wants to mind his chip stack versus one of the only other players who could do too much damage to his stack.
That's going to slow things down a lot. You think Matthew's going to try to rep this king, kind of merge his range here, if you will? Like he can rep the king whilst setting the price for his draw?
Well, here's the thing. If he bets and then gets raised, he's going to hate it at this stack depth, 2.6 million in the middle. He's got 8.3 behind. But he does decide to continue betting. Looks like 1.5 million, roughly.
I mean, if he checks it back, it kind of does, well, it doesn't give him much chance to bluff river if he checks it back.
Vu gets counterfeited. Do you think he peels at least one more and decides river?
I think he's going to make his decision here on the turn.
Yeah.
I think he feels like, I feel like Matthew has the ability to fire a third barrel. Yeah. I think that king was a really bad card for Vu.
Yep. Shout out to Matthew.
Yeah.
The aggression takes it down.
I didn't notice the size of that bet versus the pot. Well, what did he do there? Did you notice?
He went on the turn. Actually, I missed the turn.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see what the size he chose there because, he could have chosen a small size to kind of price his own.
1.5.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm being told
Sorry.
1.5.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very, very interesting spot. And I think it lets him just have I think that Vu realized that if he calls there, he knows that Matthew can just bomb river pretty much at will.
Agreed. I think it's a navigational fold.
Sandeep is all in here with the ace.
7 and 8 fold. 9 fold. 3 fold.
Yeah, about 8 big blinds. Gets it through.
Yep. And I see some comments in the chat here. Skull Mike says, Matthew is a solid player as well. Imagine it'll be him versus Vu. And we just saw a Matthew versus Vu confrontation there. And with Matthew's double barrel on that board versus another big chip stack, I think that could be a likely scenario. Unless Sandeep starts to build his stack. He's riding a short stack right now with Samantha.
Yeah.
I do think if we had live betting odds here, Craig, that those two would be favorites right now.
Agreed. But we can't forget Gary. Can't forget Gary. He's going to gamble at some point. When that gamble goes his way, he's going to be tough.
I agree. I think Gary is our wild card.
I think
surprise us all.
The rest of the table would love to see Matthew and Vu keep battling. Let those guys go at each other, and you can just kind of stay under the radar. I mean,
raise 650.
Yeah, this is a really interesting spot for Matthew because these are two studied players. He should know this would be a really interesting kind of 3-bet raise here or 3-bet bluff here.
Looks like he's going for it, Craig.
Yeah, it's a good spot for it. It's the right type of hand, too. Having that ace is so valuable.
you're like in that 7C or something, you might.
And that
Definitely.
ace 7, ace 6, ace 8 offsuit are just you'd rather just like raise them and hope to get a fold in the hand, or have them come back over the top and just fold it.
Yep. I also think an important part if you're deciding to 3-bet the offsuit ace X there is it's kind of dependent on whether or not you think your opponent's flatting a lot of 3-bets or playing a little bit more fit or fold versus an assumed fit or fold opponent. We are much more comfortable just using the blocker effect with the ace there. Whereas I think if my opponent was going to be flatting a lot of my 3-bets, I might be 3-betting some hands that play a little bit better post flop.
Yeah, that's a good
Suited
point.
connector hands.
Yes, good point. Very good point. What do you do with the ace 5 suited there, though?
Probably same thing.
Okay.
In some cases, if I have a hand that I might want to 5-bet jam, 4-bet jam, I might 3-bet smaller to leave room for my opponent to re-raise and then still fold.
Got you. Interesting.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate you, brother. Enjoying the show. Good to see you in the chat hanging with us. Along with everyone else, we got a lot of people here hanging out with us, watching this 150K final table.
There's some prop betting going on in the chat.
Oh, really? What's going on with the betting chat? Get me in.
Like Lucky Draw MJ is, I think, looking to bet that somebody's going to bust in third, and Venom is one-upping that and saying he's going to bust holding exactly 3-3.
I love it.
You gotta like when the chat's this engaged. It's awesome.
It really is. And it's fun to watch these big tournaments because I think a lot of the faces I see in the chat, a lot of tournament players. So we're all, myself included, we all aspire to be on this live stream final table playing for nice money.
I would love to see some of these guys in the chat be on this live table. Could you imagine Hubie on this table? It'd be awesome.
Oh my gosh, I can't imagine it. If Hubie was here in San Antonio, I'd have to make him some pierogies.
There you go.
Yeah, we talked about that before on my stream.
Do you know Hubie did a challenge last month? He was one bullet Hubie all month.
How'd it go?
I think it went okay. He said except for home games. Those where he was allowed to fire more, but every other thing he played last month, he was one bullet Hubie.
Matt here throws out a small c-bet. Samantha defended her big blind, but bricks flop. And Matthew battling for the chip lead. And there you go, everyone. You could see we got, I think we're down to the last couple of tables of our seniors event. We got the cash table lobby out there. We got some people sweating. We got LeBron with the backwards hat there and the gray sweats. He won our 200K mystery bounty free roll. And Samantha is his girlfriend, and she is 5-handed here. So we got a couple of poker crushers.
Look at these guys. Your girlfriend Hannah plays, right? She's a very good player. She always, when I play in your home game, she's always the one taking my chips.
Yep, same. She takes my chips too. She don't care. She'll take anyone. She doesn't discriminate.
Samantha's all in with the suited ace. She's down to only 1.7. Looks like 1.6.
Yep. Looks like Vu's got to decide if he wants to call another 1.3 million off his 14.1 million stack. About 4 blinds more to stay in. You think Vu's going to find it, Craig?
I do. I think he thinks he's probably unblocked, and he's probably going to call. He turns out he is blocked, but if he feels like he's unblocked, I think he calls.
I made him play, and then I pulled a 5K. Yeah.
He might want a little bit more high card value, though. I don't know.
Well, I wish I could get the green light to play like that.
Again, she's chatting. She's relaxed.
I love it.
I mean, it's on some level, though, once your chips are in the middle, it's kind of easy to be relaxed because you can't mess up at that point.
True.
I mean, your decision's made, so it's like whatever.
I do feel like she is still rooting for the fold. If I had to guess.
Yeah. I have 8 high, he says.
That is true, Vu.
It's funny when you sit there and think about it, and then you realize you say it out loud. You say it out loud, I have 8 high. And you can just find the fold. But he does not. He calls.
And he's sad to see. I do think it was a case of what you mentioned there, Craig. He's thinking his 7-8 suited is going to be live a lot. He doesn't have to call too much. And unfortunately here, he's pretty dominated.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
But his hand still has a good bit of equity.
Yep. As we watch our players sweating the all-ins, thinking about the additional money that they can make if Samantha busts.
And the table is silently rooting against Samantha. They won't say it out loud.
No.
They'll tell her good game, good luck, but they're rooting against her. Venom's calling for the flop 4-4-8.
Let's see if Vu continues the heater and hits an 8 here. Samantha's got to fade one more card to stay alive in this tournament. 92% favorite.
Ooh. All right. She stays in there.
Very nice, Samantha. She came into the final table, everyone, as chip leader with 11 million in chips. She got tangled up with Gary a couple times there to her right, as you can see on screen. And now she's battling back.
It's really nice to see her doing so well. I mean, like I said, when you look at their Henna mobs and all these guys came in with just massive resumes. Gary's wasn't as deep, but it was long. It goes back to, the early 2000s. And, she's really held her own.
Yeah. We can see in the back here, Rude, this is not good. That's your usual Rounders Tonight host there, Rudy Herrera, off to the left. It looks like he busts the seniors event.
I wish I was playing the seniors event today.
I don't know how he got in it. I'm not convinced he's 50 plus, but he
check
confirmed
that
with me
guy's
today
ID.
He is. Yeah.
Check the ID. He might have gotten a fake.
Yes, sir. 11 and 8.
Got a quick question here in the chat. VA Venom wants to know, how many tables do you have at Rounders? We have 26 tables up normally. When we have big series, we can get up to 35 tables in the club. Plenty of room for you, VA. You owe me a visit here, brother. I saw you last time up in Dallas. Your turn to come down to San Antonio. Got Matthew versus Vu. Vu's got a gut shot. This is blind versus blind.
Yeah, these are always interesting spots because they're just any two cards, right?
Yep.
Completely uncapped. I think it was a limped pot too, right?
Yep.
Raised to 850.
I like this raise by Vu.
Yeah. You don't get it done too.
I think at this point, Craig, Vu is on to Matthew's aggression. You think it's about time he's got to start fighting back a little bit, or what?
Yeah, I do. I think these guys are destined for a big showdown. I just think that it's weird with the other stacks in the room that they can't really go at each other too hard with Sandeep and Samantha so short. They have to curtail it a little bit. They're both innately know to be aggressive, but they also know that it's silly for them to get in a huge confrontation at this point.
Right. Big reason for that, everyone, is the payouts. We're down to 5-handed. As you can see, everyone's locked up 84.50. Top 4 spots are going to give out 5-figure scores for these players. 10,500 for 4th place here after 8th would bust out. 2K ladder.
You know the best part about senior tournaments, Drew? Everybody plays fast. And here's why I'm convinced it happens. Because people play slow in these hold'em tournaments out in Vegas in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
The seniors play fast. I think it's they realize, we're only going to be on the planet for so long. We don't need to take 5 minutes for every poker hand. And the seniors just play faster. I appreciated it.
Oh, nice. That's an interesting fact that I will not know for a little while yet.
And also, when they go on break, the first break of the senior tournament, they remind everybody to take a picture of their table number. And invariably later in the day, there are like 4 or 5 people who could not find their table. And they're saying, does anyone recognize this guy? And they could find their table again. So,
did you know that happened? That it was actually a big ordeal this last WSOP in one of the large field events. I remember Poker Guru, a.k.a. Rob Kuhn, came back and his stack was gone in his seat. And an older gentleman lost his table, Didn't know which one. He started playing Rob's stack. They had to go to the cameras. I think that the tournament was paused for a while. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. I remember hearing all about that. Yeah, it can happen, man. And every one of those tables looks alike. The rooms look alike. You can get lost out there.
9 folds.
They just have a guy at the podium. Does anybody recognize this man? And they wave him over. Yeah, he's our table. And they start waving him over. But yeah.
600.
So yeah, pro tip: take a picture of your table number. At Rounders, I think we could probably find it, but
And a call from 7.
at the World Series, it can be pretty daunting. And Mike Day asked, "What's the age limit for seniors events?" It's 50 plus. Is it the same at Rounders?
Yep, 50 plus.
50 plus. Hang in there, Mike. You'll get there.
Matthew Flapp's top pair here versus Gary, who defends his big blind with the 5 deuce suited. I anticipate a small bet, probably 400K or so.
400.
You got it right on the nose.
Yep, into 1.5 million. Pretty standard on this board.
I like call for service for a few because getting up to call.
Ghost of M says 50 is too young to be a senior. I agree, but I appreciate it, though. Although, when I went to register for the seniors, I was with a friend of mine, and she got carded, and I was next person, and I did not get carded, and I took offense to that.
Blind.
Is that the next level here?
Yeah, I'm like, you're not going to card. I'm like, come on. I don't, I was offended I didn't get carded.
Sandeep is sitting on about 5 big blinds right now, looking for a hand.
Yeah, he's going to have to find one to go with soon.
3 folds, 4 folds.
But he looks patient. He looks like he's comfortable.
He's been here before. He knows how to play a short stack. Actually, I was at Sandeep's table. Samantha gets a walk with the ace jack. But I was at Sandeep's table with about 50 or 60 left in day 2 of this exact tournament. And he won 5 all-ins in a row after getting short in one spot. And just, boom, it didn't matter. 2 blinds, double. 6 blinds, double. And yeah, so he's got a short stack now. But all it takes is a double, and he's right in it.
Yep.
No, worse hands.
And now that we're down to 5 people, I mean, your hand values just go up, right? You don't need a premium.
I'd imagine Sandeep, any ace, a lot of king X. He's going with queen highs as well. That maybe not a queen deuce.
Blinds up next hand.
But, the queen jack, queen 10 suited for sure.
What do you think his bottom of his under the gun shoving range is at this moment?
It's any ace,
Fold from 7. All in from 8.
suited king X, all pairs. I think is probably what we're looking at there.
Okay.
Button move, please.
What's his button?
Thank you. 242.
Hubie, so as far as the lights go on the table, the blue is indicating where the button is at. And what you guys are going to be seeing a lot is the red one going around. And the red means the action is on them. So the lights don't necessarily indicate small blind, big blind, or button. Or, well, actually just button. As you can see here, Samantha has the button. Her light is blue. And then Sandeep.
That is really clever. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, the RF poker table system is very nice. It's got some very cool features. We've just switched to it semi-recently towards the end of this year.
We've come a long way from the actual little camera built into the table, right?
I know, right? Even though I do miss those shots, those angles.
Yeah, those were cool.
People lifting up their cards so that the table cam can see it.
It changed poker as a spectator sport.
100%.
Remember, you ever seen some of the really old telecasts where you're watching poker, but you can't see any of the cards and they're talking about it, but you have no idea what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like watching paint dry. It's not that interesting.
Definitely more challenging.
You're just guessing the whole time. It's kind of fun, though. I mean, I guess it's fun. If you're a real poker player, it's kind of fun because you can try to guess.
Mm-hmm.
But so many hands just don't go to showdown that after a while, people, I think, would just lose interest. But it definitely changed poker from a viewership standpoint.
I like the frequency that Poker Stars, when they have aired some of their EPTs, there would be segments when they're off on a side feature table, or even sometimes where they intentionally don't show a player's hand and you get to talk about the hand very unbiased. So I do appreciate it at a low frequency, I would say.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Nine fold.
Gary's got a real hand.
4 is all in.
4 is all in. Did I hear correctly? Sandeep has ace deuce suited.
All right. Good luck, Sandeep.
Yep, 3 blinds here. The blinds have gone up to 200,000, 400,000. My man Gary's got a monster.
He's got 30% still.
Going down, Cotton.
All right. Sandeep needs to win this all in. He's got clubs. He's got a deuce. Speaking of deuce, it looks like we got Mama Deuce in the chat. She says, I don't know what I'm watching, but I'm watching because the dealer is my son.
Well, there you go, Mama.
Hello, Mama.
All right. We're still live. Backdoor clubs. Club on the turn, maybe? Nope. Down to just the 2s. Good game, Sandeep.
Good game, Sandeep. And Mr. Gary the Gamble.
So I
continues.
think that I feel like that's the upset, right, for Sandeep to go out at this stage. I mean, he had that one unlucky hand, but definitely would have put him in my top 3, and I think he was in the top 3 in terms of quality. Just didn't go his way.
100%. So Sandeep is going to bust out in 6th place today, everybody. Good for $6,750. All of our remaining. Oh, actually, 5th. I'm sorry, 5th place, 84.50. We are down to 4 players. Everyone is locked up, 10,500. Playing for the first place prize, 25,000.
Yes.
So Samantha's Hendon Mob is going to increase by 100% from last to now. Great accomplishment.
Congrats
Yes,
there,
sir.
Samantha.
I wish I could double my Hendon Mob.
Me too.
Got some free money. You just got some free money.
So
8, 9 fold.
real interesting now, you have 2 players with a lot of final table experience and 2 players with very little final table experience with 4 to go. Four-handed poker is very, it's like its own little version of poker.
I'm sorry. I got you.
2 hands in the blinds, 2 hands out. It's a strange dynamic.
This is definitely going to be an interesting one, as you said, with 2 assumed more recreational players versus 2 experienced players. There was a couple of streams ago, we had a chop at this final table, 6 or 7 players. And I think it was just the right combination of players in order for that to happen. But in this lineup, I do not think that we are going to see any conversations about chops until maybe if Vu and Matthew get heads up.
I mean, if the likely thing happens, which is Samantha's the next one out because she's the short stack, and then Gary takes her out, then you'll have 3 players with about the same stack. It might be interesting to see what happens there. I have a feeling that both Vu and Gary would want to keep playing for a little while. Feeling like they may have an edge. I'm sorry, Matthew and Vu, thinking they may have an edge on Gary, but it's hard to have an edge on a guy who's an old school player like Gary.
True. We're going to compliment in the chat here. Thanks there, Clint. Says, haven't watched since new table and broadcast format. Looks really nice and clean. We really appreciate that, Clint. Everybody here at Rounders, on the Rounders Tonight team. We do try hard. We want to put together a stream that you guys here in San Antonio and outside can enjoy as well.
It is a very nice interface you have here.
Raise to 900.
Matthew, the little pair.
Seven and 8 fold.
Uh-oh. This is what we thought might happen. I don't think it's going to end up being a very big pot because, the 3s, but again, you have the 2 big stacks with a potential collision course here.
With the blinds going up to, they are about 30 big blinds effective. Both of them have that. The question is, what do you think for sizing? Vu's going to 3-bet, you would think?
Yeah.
Raise 2.4.
2.4. That's a pretty good sizing, I think. I mean, you don't need to go too big in these spots with the chip stacks as they are.
Matthew makes a nice fold. I think if this is not at a final table with the arrangement of players that we have, the threes could be a spot where Matthew, let's say early day 2, might 4-bet jam versus a good player there. But in this scenario, it decides to just fold, which I am right here for that.
Yeah.
So what do you think, Andrew? Every other level?
You're welcome, Mama Deuce. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Shout out to everybody out there lurking, all the other mamas and papas, cousins, sisters, brothers out there.
So what's Samantha sitting on? About 8 big blinds?
Yeah, Samantha's got about 8 big blinds. She's got like 3 million in chips.
And that's still a lot, you know. It might not feel like a lot, but ooh, what'd she do? She's flatting. Okay.
9 called.
We're going to go 3 ways here.
All in.
Oh, he's going to get snapped.
Samantha is all in with her pair of 3. She's got 2.8 million.
I mean, he's got no kicker. He's actually considering folding.
2.8.
I don't know that he
I don't think he's
is-
going to fold.
I think this is one of those spots, Craig, where you kind of just think for a little bit. You don't want to make a snap decision in such a high equity position.
Right.
But I do think that at the end of the day, he's going to make a call. But I respect the choice to think.
Yeah, she limps and jams after they both check to her. Yeah, I think he there's no way he's going to fold. But I do think you're right. I do think it's smart for him to take his time. Consider what her holdings might be. There are only 4 10s in the deck, and he has one of them.
Would she have limped a big hand pre-flop to trap? I don't think so, personally. But I'm sure that's one of the questions he has to run through before he gets to his final decision. That said, too, Craig, this is a 2x pot jam, 2.8 million chips, even though it's less than 6 bigs, or it's a little bit more than 6 bigs. So if you're just looking at big blinds, it doesn't seem like much, but it is 2x the size of the pot.
Yeah, which would make you, I mean, it's like one of those how strong can she really be type of things. I don't know. It feels like I think he's going to get there. It's just
I agree. I think he's going to find the call. Chat, what do you think? Type 1 if you think that Matthew's going to find the call here. Type 2 if you think he's going to make a hero fold. Craig, me personally, this is kind of a spot. Somebody all in, I might try to start chatting a little bit and get a little bit of a feel for how comfortable they are in their seat.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's an important soft skill. Even if you just get, you might not even know what it is you're seeing, but you'll see something. Wow.
He makes the hero fold. If you type 2 in the chat, you are correct.
Wow.
So what do you think there, Craig? That was,
I think it was
that was a product of
the 2 kicker. I think if he had a 6, 10-6, I think he calls. I think he just doesn't beat any. I think he feels like there's not a single. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it plays the same 10-6, 10-2. What's the difference, right? I don't know.
Well, the 10-6, if he happens to think that she would have at any frequency been jamming a 3 or a 4 like she was, then the 6 would be an out. But if she's jamming a 3 and a 4, and you know the deuce really doesn't play too much outside of the backdoor straight possibilities and 2-pair possibilities.
Yeah.
I will.
Oh, you will.
Well, I mean, again, they always say a bad fold is way better than a bad call.
Even when Matthew sees that later that he did fold the best hand, I don't think he's going to lose too much sleep, honestly, over it.
No. I mean, yeah. I mean, he's made worse folds probably. You know, he's played enough poker that that's not going to bother him.
Yeah. I think that's definitely true, especially considering the way he held himself together when Gary showed him that bluff earlier with the threes. It was right.
Right. It was nines, but yeah, it was an under pair to the 2 pair on the board.
Oh, they hate it. Oh yeah, top pair. That's what it looked like.
What do you think of this, Craig? Mike Day wants to know, do you think that Matthew was worried about her having maybe 5-6 suited? Is that a thing?
I mean, it's one of the hands she could have, but I don't think it's. I don't know. I'm not real good on this late game limping strategy, but I know it's a thing, right?
Yeah, it is.
I just haven't looked at it enough to know.
I think it's a very cool strategy.
It really is. It requires a lot of good post-flop hand reading and post-flop situation reading. But if you're comfortable going post-flop, it's fine.
Agreed. It's a nice way to keep the pot small. The challenge is with having a limping strategy is if you don't have big hands in your limping range, then when you limp, you are just limping a vulnerable range that players can attack freely.
Right. You have to be able to limp some strong hands for sure. And then you always have that fear of like you limped a strong hand, you just let somebody with like 4 deuce offsuit just flop 2 pair on you, and you just feel like a moron. But you just have to, it's part of the balanced strategy. You have to be able to. I mean, especially if you're one of the shorter stacks, it's not a bad strategy at all. I mean, if you ask like what's the likely outcome right now, the likely outcome is for her to come in 4th. So anything she can do to increase her chance of getting better than 4th is great.
Yep.
All right, 3 fold.
What's up there, Christopher Nutter? Good to see you, buddy. And I will see you this weekend. I believe earlier you said you're going to be coming out for the 300K mystery bounty, maybe Friday. Going to be a lot of people in town for that one. So I will see you there. I'll be battling Friday and Saturday as well.
Gary's got a pair on the button.
1.4, 7, 8 fold, 9 fold.
Gary continuing forward.
It can become a kind of a slog when you're four-handed until that next person busts. When that person busts, I mean, look at the chip stacks. Gary, Vu, and Matthew are going to have to really battle it out at that point.
Yeah, I agree. Vu's done a really good job of managing his chip stack since he got the chip lead.
Yeah.
Thanks there, George. And doing our jobs. Love to see it.
Vu's got a real hand. These middling pairs feel like monsters at this point of the tournament.
Agreed.
Raise 1.2.
Reasonable hand for Matthew in the big blind. Vu has made it 3 blinds, 1.2 million.
I think that's a good sizing when you're small blind, big blind. You don't want to give them too good of a price. No.
See how Vu wants to navigate here out of position with the 8s. 2 over cardboard.
I could see him starting with a check.
I think if we do see a bet, it's going to be a bet give up a lot of the time. Probably a smaller sizing here, maybe 700-800K if he does bet.
You got it again. Open-ended, I don't think he's folding to that size.
you think ever raises here, Craig?
I was just about to ask you if you might ever turn into a raise here.
I think no. I think I'm mostly just calling, playing in position.
Yeah. I think if it was three-handed and that short stack wasn't there, you might see a little bit more of that. There he goes. It gets there. I don't think Vu's putting another chip in the pot, though.
Agreed. I don't think we're going to see that.
Either he's already beat or that card is terrible for him, you know, in terms of like what types of cards Matthew can continue on, what types of hands he has. I mean, the only thing that he's still ahead of is like missed flush draws type of thing. So I don't think Vu's going to lose any more chips in this pot.
If Matthew does decide to bet here, looking at chip stacks, I think it's going to be around half pot, maybe 40%, 4.1 million in the middle. He makes it 2.1. We're going to see Vu release here a lot of the time. It's not a spot he wants to be in, Craig, out of position versus the other experienced player.
Right. I mean, just nowhere to go on this board. There's no river card that's good for you. Yeah. This just shows how hard it is to play out of position.
Yep. Nice hand, Matthew. He's going to slide into the chip lead. We're going to see the chip stacks in just a second, but let's give a shout out here to Alpha VA and his family. Says, Drew, I have the cast on the big screen trying to put the girls to sleep. They're rooting for the girl. Let's
go, Samantha.
So shout out to Samantha. You got some fans out there, Samantha.
Girl power. Let's go.
Rooting for your comeback. So there we can see the chip stacks. Samantha has 3.4 million chips. She has 9 big blinds. Looking for a double up.
Go.
I thought Vu was about to get spicy there with the 4-3.
I was just thinking in my head, I think I'm getting spicy there. Out of line might be a little more accurate sometimes for me raising there.
1.4.
I like this raise.
I do as well. I think that if I thought my opponent in the big blind was going to be raising a bunch, I'd look to limp call here a little bit more, maybe even limp raise. But I don't think that Matthew's anticipating a lot of 3-betting and mostly just calls from Gary.
What kind of board is Matthew looking for here? This kind, probably.
Yep. This is going to be an easy one for him to continue.
Mm-hmm.
Going to be about $1 million. Gary.
Oh.
Devious intentions.
Is he going to raise? It seems like the best option would be raise here if you're going to keep playing.
I think what we're seeing here, Craig, is I think Gary knows that he's being taken advantage of in some spots, and Gary has an internal randomizer when he chooses to fight back.
Yeah. I mean, he says, you have an ace or you don't. Prove it to me, is what he's saying.
Very confidently puts those chips in. He's going to show this bluff? No?
I wonder if he is picking up on something. I wonder if he actually has a read or he's just situationally a read. If there's a physical read or it's a situational read, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Nice hand there, Gary.
I mean, his timing is very, very good. He's picking up on something. Very creative there to do that.
We got 210 in the chat here. It says Gary has the internal effort switch always powered on. That could be it. Could be it. As we see our main lobby out there at the card club. Looks like the seniors table might be down to the final 2 tables. Got a bunch of cash games going. Tomorrow's going to be a big one, everyone. Tune in. We got our ladies event popping off. Maybe we'll see Samantha there as well. 10K guaranteed tomorrow night, 4 p.m., 240 buy-in. South Texas Poker Championship, event number 6.
Oh, if it wasn't for the day job.
3 fold.
Yep. Yep.
We're coming in for the raise with the 10-8 off.
LeBron says that Sam is not playing ladies event tomorrow.
Ah,
Well, then,
okay.
LeBron, then get your girl another beverage. Let's go.
Samantha does call in the big blind with the ace deuce.
No, you didn't miss anything, Mike Day. That was a bluff. Hook Pilot says Gary does the same thing in cash games. Very excellent reading his opponents.
Players all in. Oh.
Nice check raise there.
She picks up some extra chips from Vu. She's going to show the 2 pair. What's up with Samantha? 5 million chips. She's climbing.
How do you feel about that show there? Think she should keep that information to herself, or do you think?
It seemed like she was showing Gary more than Vu, but I do not believe that it's going to present any sort of advantages for her in this moment. I think the way to take advantage of the show there would be for her to be check raise bluffing or jamming some draws. So we'll see if she does try to put that into effect later. I like this. W in the chat for Matt's great hair. Chat pros, you're doing a great job tonight. I like this hype. Let's see. Matt is in the big blind. So we're going to get to see, Matt's in the big blind. We're going to get to see that beautiful hair that everyone's dropping W's for.
Says it looks like Aaron Paul.
Well, Aaron Paul here tied with Vu for second place chips. Gary the Gambler, chip leading 13 million chips.
That bluff put him ahead, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I think the entire poker community could get behind Gary winning this thing. If it's not Sam. They seem to be on Team Sam, but, I think people will get on board with Gary winning this thing.
It's a 1.2. I'm gonna call.
Okay, we got some action here. A 3-bet and a call. The ace right on the top.
Vu does have outs. 2.6 million in the middle, though. Matthew flops the top pair. Good kicker. Craig, what do you think size and go?
Oh, 12. 1.2, I meant. Oh, I was way off.
650, 6.4. So he goes about 25%.
I actually like that a lot. I was not even close.
Vu's getting a good price to try to snap off a king.
Sure.
I think you're about to see a 2/3 here. Although it was an open, a 3-bet, and a flat, so Vu can have an ace here.
2 million.
Half pot-ish.
Fold.
Nice hand. Matthew's going to rake in another pot. Clint says, Team Vu. Well, Team Vu, you've slid down to third in chips, but still got 25 blinds. More than enough chips for Vu to do damage. Samantha now, though, can get a double up and jump Vu in the chip standings.
Wow,
it's really close
here.
Craig.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, it's really close here. Anything can happen at this point.
We've really seen some a really high quality poker. We knew that coming in, that we had a lot of crushers at this table. They've really done well. The moment hasn't gotten to them, that's for sure. Here we're going to go with the limp this time. Okay.
Yep. Gary's ready for 3 with his deuces. See if deuce puts a deuce out there. So Gary must think his 2s have some showdown value. He might try to get to the river.
1,067,000.
Incorrect. He's going to bet the pot, assuming his opponent Matthew here is weak after double checking.
Yeah, I think he thinks he's ahead, but doesn't want to give another free card.
Nice hand there, Gary. Extends his chip lead slightly over Matthew.
It's like Matthew's trying to find the right cadence against Gary. You know, between aggressive and passive. He's just, it's like, I think he's going to figure it out. It's almost like a tennis match where you're hit to the right, hit to the left, hit to the right, hit to the left, and you hit left, left twice, you know? It's like he's got to find that little pattern or rhythm, and Gary's just kept him off balance a little bit.
Yep, I agree.
Rude. 2-4. Too rude. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Matthew feels lonely at that end of the table. It's just so lonely down there.
800.
I think we're setting up for it to be Matthew versus someone on the other side of the table here.
Ball from 7. All in.
Samantha is all in.
What's Matthew got here? Matthew's on the button. And did you catch it, Craig? I missed it. Did Matthew raise or limp?
I think he raised, and she came over the top.
She's got
I don't
11
think
and a
he's
half
gonna-
blinds.
Yeah, I don't think he's calling with a king 4.
Yeah, you're right. He did make the min raise to 800.
Yeah.
Samantha's picking some good spots.
She's been so resilient.
Oh, I miss you now.
Thank you there, Theon.
Oh, Betsy, go Betsy.
And they're having a good time too. I mean, Vu and Matthew are very dialed in, but I still think they're having a good time. But certainly Gary and Samantha are having fun.
Yeah, I think so. This is a big moment for both Gary, Samantha, and also, of course, Vu and Matthew. Though they have a little bit more experience, everybody wants to get down to this Final Four and just win this tournament.
You don't want to. You want to close it out. You want to close it out.
What are you doing with those like cards now? Make sure they're not marked.
For those of you just tuning in, here are our payouts for our Final Four players currently. Everyone here has locked up $10,500. The next ladder is going to be just under $3K as we progress up to the first place payout, $25,000 in this $200 buy-in South Texas Poker Championship event number 2, the 150K opener. If you want to check out the schedule, we're just getting started here in San Antonio. Go to rounderscardclub.com/tournaments for the full series event list. Gary's got the button. I think we might see a limp potentially.
He does limp.
Just based off what we've already seen up to this point, Craig, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's been consistent. That's the thing about it. He's done it with weak aces. He's done it with his whole range almost.
Mm-hmm. We're going 3 ways to the flop with Samantha and Vu in it. Our small blind and big blind.
I think Samantha folded.
Oh, it looks like Samantha did actually fold. So there we go. We are heads up.
This could be a good check raise spot for Vu. Being open-ended like this.
I think Vu has to assess here first how weak he thinks Gary is. Limping and then betting one blind on the flop.
You know, huh?
Okay. Also paired with the fact that once Gary puts chips in, he does not like to fold. So check raising Gary may not be a good idea.
I was bad. Yeah. What'd you have there, though?
That's one
I had Doyle.
They're talking about the hand, yeah.
It's a good bet. I mean, I say it's a good bet for
No, in
what
that.
I have exactly. I guess I don't know. It puts me in a predicament.
I saw you not so strong. That's the point.
Fair.
Like, I knew when he smiled, I was like, oh, he knows, yeah.
Matthew now knows that he made a bad fold earlier.
You know, sometimes I actually have it, though.
I believe that, yeah, for sure.
Gary's going to show the king. I think he's trying to cultivate that image as much as he can that he has it.
Definitely show you're capable of luck. Yeah.
Do you want to tell him what I had?
She had, I think it's ace-3 of wheel draw, something like that, right?
They're discussing that hand here.
Yeah. How much of a delay are they on before they can get the information?
15-minute delay.
Okay.
Oh, no
So if you were in this situation, four-handed, or even this whole final table, I would definitely have someone at home watching, like, feeding me what I thought was the pertinent information. 15 minutes later.
I don't even know if we're talking about the same hand now.
The information's out there. Can't blame you, right?
I would want to know.
Yeah.
Although maybe I wouldn't. Maybe it's just too much like information overload. Maybe I just want to stay in the moment. I don't know.
I could see both sides. I could see both sides, 100%.
I played on one live stream, cash game, and I did have someone like occasionally sending me. I said, but I only want to know if it's important. You know, like if I really, if you think that I would need to know that someone did something unusual,
What if you're gonna drink with me if you get heads up?
Yes,
then let me
anybody.
know.
I'll drink with anybody, heads up.
Well, we're already over here with the ultra table.
I got you.
We just have to keep stacking them over here, apparently.
I also just be going to the bathroom every friggin' 30 minutes or something. To deal with it.
Have some control, man.
I know.
Big blind.
Gary's got his stack up to 15 million.
And Samantha feeling pretty good too, trying to talk Matthew into a couple of drinks here.
Yeah.
Getting the rest of the table involved.
She's going to Austin tomorrow, accordingly. Yeah, she's ready to party now. Matthew's got a hand in the small blind.
Raised to 1.7 million.
Interesting sizing here. More than 3x.
Gary's got 2 Broadway cards, so we're going to see a flop, ladies and gentlemen.
When Matthew makes it that sizing, you would think maybe he narrows his opponent's range, but
Ooh, big flop, top pair for Gary. This is Craig. Buckle up.
Yeah, I think Vu and Sam are about the ladder.
Well, Gary covers Matthew, so it'll.
Oh, good point. Yeah, you're right. It might, because it was a pretty sizable open, so the really small bet here. Interesting to lead with against a guy you know doesn't like to fold. I wonder if Gary will just flat here, though.
I think Matthew, with a set, really wants to try to cooler Gary here and try to win as big of a pot as possible. I think the question here, Craig, is this. Is Gary going to raise with his top pair?
Right.
And he's carving it out. Looks like he's going to put out an additional 3 million on top. Matthew's got to be licking his chops here. Chat, you need to keep an eye on this.
You think? What do you think he's going to do? You think he's going to come over the top or flat?
I don't know if he has the information when Gary raised with the 10 high earlier. If he has that information, no, Gary is capable of bluffing. He just calls.
He got a flat. Keep his bluffs in for sure.
And he does flat. Fairly safe turn for Gary to think he still has the best hand. We got a huge pot, 10 million in the middle.
Yeah. I feel like, I was about to say, I feel like Gary should check this back for sure. And he did.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no. Well.
Matthew has a decision here now. It's kind of a situation where when Gary checks turn, Matthew's not going to think he's that strong, especially Gary raised flop checked. This is a very unorthodox line, but I don't think Matthew's going to believe that he can get all of it, though it's set up for him to jam. He's got 7 million. There's 10 million in the middle just about. He could jam in some spots, but I don't think that he's going to do it here. I think we might end up seeing a 3 to 4 million chip bet, hoping that Gary has like a 5, maybe 8s or 9s, some random 10x that he raised flop and hit river. Looks like he's actually got about 4.
He did go all in.
Oh, he did go all in. Wow.
I mean, he might have figured his hand out exactly. Jack 10. Jack 10, Jack 9.
I can't lay this down.
I don't think he can either.
They got me covered.
Ladies and gentlemen, tune in here. We have the biggest pot of this tournament. We've got 17 million in the middle. Gary has rivered top 2 pair. Matthew with the set of 6s, though. If Gary does call, which I think he will a lot, it's going to be a 24 million chip pot. Matthew's going to be our big chip leader.
I think Matthew figured out his exact hand.
125. He has 7.125. You have him covered. You have him.
I'll just say
If Matthew wins this hand, if he calls and Matthew wins hand, he's going to have a massive chip lead.
I am surprised Gary hasn't called yet. I got a lot of respect for him taking time to think about this huge spot. It's about a $3,000 ladder. But Gary does cover, so he's not at risk.
Yeah. I don't get the sense that Gary cares about the money. I think he just wants to be right.
Gary is 100% call after picking up the call chips. Let's see if that statistic holds true here.
We thought he was going to fold earlier, and he did not.
There it goes.
There it is.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, a 24 million chip pot. Matthew takes a deep breath there, I'm sure. Able to breathe a little bit. Craig, how you feeling after that one, man?
That's exactly what Matthew was waiting for. That's been building for a while, right?
Mm-hmm.
That dynamic with Matthew and Gary, where Gary was able to use his positional advantage over Matthew, but Matthew's just biding his time for this exact situation. And he knew it. He knew his customer at the end. He knew his customer.
Huge cooler.
If he made it 3 million, he would have just been called. You know.
Yep. Yeah. Shout out to Matthew identifying, as you said earlier, his opponent's range exactly, and he thought he could get all of it, and he did.
Yeah, it's like not. Wait, take this one.
If you start thinking about what jacks he has, if he has a jack, Jack 10 was a lot of it, you know?
You know what, Craig?
Wow.
Gotta be the hair. There's
Gotta
Jacob
be the hair.
Jones.
Yeah.
Gotta be the hair.
It is the hair.
W's for Matthew's fine hair, everyone. You've done it.
Well done, Matthew. So what's it? 24 million, 7 million, 5, and 3. So this is, I mean, anything can happen, but this is Matthew's tournament to lose at this point.
Vu's got 15 big blinds. He's got the second place chip stack.
And he can do a lot of damage with that 50 bigs. Tough for Gary, though. I mean, he's played really well.
Agreed. His timing has been impeccable, and honestly, that's not too much you can do there with the
Yeah,
Jack 10.
I think any other river he probably could get away.
Samantha calls the raise with the Jack 4 suited. Vu's got the King 10 offsuit. We're going heads up to the flop. It's going to be a board. Vu's going to bet a lot.
Yeah.
700.
Yeah.
About 1/3, a little bit less.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you're the pre-flop raiser, you get that ace high board. It's just it's pretty easy to know what the right play is. It doesn't always work, but you at least know what you're supposed to do at least.
What's up there? Not today, Ebol in the chat saying if the 10 didn't hit, Gary folds 100%. I see my buddy James in the chat on YouTube says, let's go, Maddie. Hello, everyone. Good to see you. Shout out to everybody watching the stream. If you're enjoying, if you thought that pot was hype, the set of sixes versus the top two pair, 24 million chip pot, smash the like button for us. Subscribe to the stream. We appreciate the support. We got some more big final tables coming to you this month at Rounders. Next final table stream is going to be tomorrow, the ladies event final table.
Gary's got a good hand to go all in with here. He's going to get it through. You know, with the big blind ante short-handed, it's rough, man. You have got to keep winning pots.
Very true, very true.
Back in the old days when you had the ante, when the table got smaller, the pots got smaller.
Well, you know what's different that Rounders does, actually, Craig, is for the big blind ante, it's the small blind amount in the non-free roll tournaments.
So the big blind ante is a small blind.
Yep.
Like so you're putting right now it's 500.
So
ante
bottom
is
right,
25. Oh, I see. Yeah.
250, 500, 250. Yep.
That's good. I think that makes it a little bit more manageable.
A little bit more time for players. The
Yeah.
big blind isn't as painful as a lot of us are accustomed to.
They do it throughout the whole tournament or just here at the end?
Nope, whole tournament.
Okay, interesting.
So with the Gary pickup and the Samantha pickup, blinds are 500K big blind. They are 10 bigs and below. And again, Vu sitting on about 15 bigs. And then our overwhelming chip leader right now, about 45 blinds for Matthew.
I wonder how that affects your open ranges and your defend ranges by that pot being half a big blind less. I'm assuming people don't adjust too much to that, but I wonder if there should be some adjustments to that.
Right. I don't think that we're going to see too many people adjusting to it, but it is a variable in the equation. So definitely worth considering.
I'm not surprised though. Gary, I'm a little surprised.
You should watch it earlier. What he called me with ridiculous, stupid.
Matthew's
But we're
pushing.
best friends, so it's okay.
Oh, he's gonna. Does he know yet? Has he
Talk
looked?
about it. Fine.
All in.
Gary.
Me too.
Oh,
Yeah.
This might be bad. He's not dead. He's got 20%. 1 out of 5. Just
Can you back out? Chad wants you to back out.
Yeah, he's got aces.
It's just the camera is right behind your head. Yeah.
I'm saying he's you good right now. So.
I've seen weird
There we
things.
go. Ace is at risk. Not the worst flop. There are some good turn cards for the Queen 9 of Hearts.
that is not one of them.
That would mean.
All right. So how many big blinds did he have to start that hand?
I think Gary had 3.8 million to start the hand, so he had about 7.5, 8 blinds.
Yeah. I mean, queen nine suited against that stack size. That's a reasonable shove there.
4
Yeah,
million.
I think it's a pretty normal shove.
If it
especially
folded
with
to you
the
with this, if it folded you in a small blind with 8.5 big blinds, you would shove it. So
correct. And now Vu and Gary sharing a 15 big blind stack, and Samantha has 10 bigs. The rail starting to build here at Rounders. Everybody wants to see who's going to be the Event 2 champion.
Are you aware?
You are aware of this, right?
Everybody out.
Look at the rail. As I was speaking, we got some people.
there they are. They get a little camera time.
Yeah.
They should make it like the college game day, and they should have their signs out there. You know.
Yep. Oh, I like that. That's a good idea. We should get some people, probably for the maybe the main event final table, depending who's there. Maybe I'll make some signs and I'll just stand out there with some people. If I'm not at the final table, I can't wait for the main event.
Ew, my beef that there's only 4 people at the table.
1 million.
Uh-oh. Gary might step in it here.
All in.
He's going to call. Matthew's going to call here, I think.
I agree. I think it's going to be a snap call with the ace-jack suited.
Well, Matthew doesn't snap anything, but I do think, I mean, I would have thought that too, but he's shown us over and over again. He's going to take his time.
Yep. You got to respect that.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't want to give away the chip lead, but
ace-jack suited such a monster four-handed, right?
It feels like it until someone shoves on you. And then all of a sudden it just doesn't. Like you want it to turn into ace king really quick, but
he knows. I just have to call.
Yeah.
You know.
Ace-jack.
He would just hate to see ace queen and ace king there. That's the
Right.
only thing. But he's just got to call.
Yeah.
He knows that.
All right. Well, back to the situation where he wins this.
Here we go. Gary, 7 million chips. How many lives exactly?
Hey,
Venom's predicting a 7 on the flop.
Someone started drinking.
Someone just called for payout. That is that's
That
guaranteeing
was
a
Vu.
7. That was Vu?
Yeah, that was Vu.
Vu, buddy, don't do that. You're like guaranteeing a 7 on the flop. Maybe it'll come on the river just for max pain.
Yeah, we'll see. Probably 2 hearts on the flop at least. We'll see if Matthew can hold with the best hand.
Gotta have a sweat.
All right, there we go. 15 million chip pot. And we're off, everyone.
No. Of course it was.
Vu, you did this.
Yep.
Oh.
You were actually saying them.
Wow. Well,
more to go.
It's all the drama.
Vu!
Goodness.
Vu did this.
Oh
my gosh.
I did say
Oh,
that.
wow.
My gosh.
I said
I don't even know what to say.
I know what to say.
Yeah, that was
Vu
big.
manifested
That was
all of
big.
that.
Damn it, Drew. That's got me okay.
He really did with the
Calling for the payout.
fake payout. Yes.
And then what a board. We got the max drama. You're gonna that clip right there is gonna win like the streaming Oscars right there.
Jeez, what a hand. Gary is loving that, but everyone, you gotta feel Matthew's pain on that.
Oh, flop the 7, turn the jack. You think you're in the clear. Wow.
I'm out of breath, Craig. I'm out of breath.
Check that deck. I mean, there's too many 7s in it.
Jeez. No, I mean, it's so funny, but the payout call jinx, it's such a weird thing, man.
We played
No, man.
For sure. It's always at the final. I'll never talk to you. But yeah, that's true. Being serious.
Matthew's handling it so well.
Raised to 1.1.
What a pro.
He is. He's a professional, 100%.
I mean, what can you do but like shrug it off and laugh? I mean, there's a lot of things you can do, but none of them do you any good.
Right. Gary flops set now.
Oh my gosh. Luckily, Matthew didn't flop a king here because that might have just been the whole thing.
700.
Matthew is going to continue, though.
The chat is saying that Matt is a dealer at Texas Card House Austin.
Have I seen him there? I've been up there.
He does look familiar to me. I think I've seen him at other places. I think I've played against him at Choctaw or somewhere. But
I played with Matt a bunch here at Rounders during tournaments. I always see him.
But he sure is a long time Austin dealer says. He's a real pro. He's got open-ended now though.
Looks like he's going to continue, try to get a 1 pair 7 or 5 to fold.
2.7 million.
Let's see if Gary continues to set the trap and just call. If he jams, Matthew's going to fold. If he just calls, he might be able to get Matthew to put it all in on the river.
All in.
Yeah. I think with the Jack of Clubs, the draws it brings, I think it's smart to kind of cash out your equity here.
Let's see. Matthew's got to call off 8.1 million with 1 card to go. We've seen him deliberate in his thinking, though I don't think he's going to find a call. He is going to process everything.
Yeah, same kind of.
It's tough after losing a big hand like that. Now you're being put all in again here and just trying to battle back.
It's only got queens in it. Oh yeah, I had queens in it.
Oh, he had the set this time.
Nice hand. Yeah, you didn't want me to see a river there. Good bet.
What was you going for?
I turned a good draw.
Wow,
Gary,
look how the
nice enough
tables
to
have turned.
Yeah, Gary was nice enough to show there too. And now Gary has the over 20 million chip stack. Matthew is actually still second in chips with 8 million. Vu's got 7 million, and Samantha has 8 big blinds, 4 million chips.
See all my boys standing around?
Well, I know. I'm with you.
Who had position that last hand? Could Matt have checked that turn?
He could have, but I think he's just going to lean towards betting a lot versus Gary, knowing that when Gary does fight back, he's typically going to have it, even though he hasn't this entire final table. He did have a couple of well-timed bluffs.
Worst player. You was right. I never doubted you.
We doubted you.
You very much.
You doubted you. You did not.
So we got a limp pot here.
I'm gonna play your heads up. That's why.
Matthew versus Vu. Vu flops the best of it. Matthew's got a backdoor flush draw. More importantly, the one out he's looking for is actually going to be the 4.
Yeah. An offsuit 4 would be good for him. I feel like we've been on this blind level for a really long time.
Yeah, I think the blind should be going up here very shortly, actually.
You are the big blind.
I think blinds are about 25, 30 minutes. Reminder, everyone, tomorrow we will be live streaming the final table of our 10K Ladies Championship. Ladies, If you're in the area, definitely in town, come on out, play this. This is the first time that we've had the Ladies Championship, and I'm really looking forward to a big turnout and an exciting final table tomorrow night. If you're enjoying the stream, hit the like and subscribe button, turn on notifications so you don't miss that.
You're never scared.
Never scared. 100%.
I agree with you there, Jacob Jones. Says that Matthew would never tilt call. Cool as a cucumber. It seems like it, though. It's tough in some moments, but Matt is holding it together well.
25,000.
Sorry.
Okay.
Who's got a nice hand with the ace-6 suited?
Perfect.
I think, Craig, I'm wondering now, will Gary start to open up his range a little bit with the chip lead and try to exploit the fact that he has all the chips? Or do you think he'll kind of just continue on with the same strategy?
I don't know. He seems to kind of have different gears. Like you said earlier, he has his internal randomizer. I think we're going to see a little bit of both. I mean, clear like right there, he could have played that hand.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he can leverage his stack against, and I think what are the chip stacks again? I think especially when he's against the second or third chips, he can really put some under a lot of pressure.
1 million.
So I wouldn't be surprised if he kind of would pick on Vu a little bit, pick on Matthew a little bit, and leave Sam alone.
Yeah, I think that would be part of a good strategy. We'll see if he decides to go there.
Yeah, like right now, he could put maximum pressure on Vu and Matthew because Samantha's so short stacked.
Yep.
And if he doubled her, it wouldn't change anything.
Look at this. The rail is building. I see bubbles over there now.
Yeah, I mean,
massages.
Gary might even get some value from Samantha staying in, as he can just chip a pot from Matthew and chip a pot from Vu and just keep grinding those guys down.
Gary, it's on you, man.
Like if it'd be interesting if he limps here. He's been limping buttons, but if he raises here, we'll see if he's changed gears.
$500,000, right?
Yeah.
So he is limping still.
It's fun seeing Vu get involved in a little bit of the table chatter. He's usually to himself quite a bit, from what I've seen.
Look at this flop. This is his flop too.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, he's talking now.
He's like, oh, come on.
I mean, all he has is a pair of threes, but he's gonna. If he doesn't improve on the turn, and Gary puts the grinder to him.
Look at Gary going with this classic live player move. He grabbed chips to kind of slow Vu down.
Vu did raise. He knows that. Yeah, that's one of my favorite tells to counter.
Mine as well, definitely.
They start grabbing chips. I just change my raise size to make it more.
Yep. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Drew, aka Bet on Drew. I'm here with my man Craig Savage, calling the shots for this 150K final table. We appreciate you hanging out. We are going to take a short break as our players, I think, are coloring up the 25K chips. Don't go anywhere. We will be back here soon. There is a $25,000 first place prize for these players to win. Hang tight. We'll see you back here very, very shortly.
He does. It's all in.
Gambles with it. Straight draw, flush draw. Flush draw, straight draw.
Got there both ways.
Made the straight and made the.
Because I commented, you're like, you're on the starting lineup. I was like, I got
It's a big play.
Look at Rolex with the 3-bet.
And he's dominated.
Jazz with a pair. Jazz with a flat with a pair there.
No, that'd be nice.
Boop.
There's a
Oh, we got so close.
set.
Got straight jaw from Rolex Mike.
Got shot.
You can see that. Jazz with the.
Backdoor.
Oh, that's a good card.
Rolex will continue firing.
2 street.
9-10 is already there though.
Yeah.
He's all in. Quads.
Just that's it.
4 fours.
Just a little quads. 4 fours.
A lot of fours.
You only got no one number.
Chaz, what are you going to do here?
I'm gonna absolutely annihilate her.
Bubbles, why do you believe in yourself?
Give it my all.
Chaz, you don't have to say, but how much LBs do you think you have on Bubbles?
LBs?
A lot. The number is a lot.
What's an LB?
Pounds. Were you in some sort of like arm wrestling school that we don't know about?
I think that's good. I'm just gonna okay. What's the line?
The line is Chaz wins.
Yeah, he's minus 500.
The line is no shot.
You ready? Bubbles, remember the technique.
You
We think that there's going to be some shenanigans right here.
Wait, I'm not ready.
Oh, wow. I hope she beats him really bad.
You ready?
3, 2, 1, go.
What's that?
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare thumb work.
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare thumb war.
Are you betting 100 on this as well?
Chaz gonna call on the button with ace deuce of spades. It does just call.
Yeah.
And Zach, we'll see if he goes for the. Yeah, it does elect to just flat this time with the queen 10 suited.
Although Preston's not going to have many 8s here.
Yeah, if anyone's gonna have 8s here, or excuse me, an 8 here, it's definitely gonna be Zach in the big blind. And with the hard draw, I would not be shocked to see a raise here, but he does just call.
Oh wow, that's a turn.
That is a turn. Does like to check, and I think Preston's probably going to continue betting for value.
Yeah, and now Zach, with not that much, might just go for. It looks like he's going for somewhat of a min raise, not exactly, but a little over a min raise here. Problem is, I'm not sure if you're folding if it doesn't boat up anyway.
That's a good point. Yeah. We've all told ourselves, I'm folding if this doesn't boat up, and then
yeah, he had it on right after the last hand.
Yeah, and he is gonna shove. And
I got snap called.
Wow, I'm surprised to see the snap. I guess he kind of already decided.
Chaz with the jacks. 2 red jacks.
That's JJ's hand.
Does JJ have anything he can compete with? He does. Texas Poker Champ with the ace queen.
Chaz is going to try to beat JJ with JJ.
JJ coming in for the re-raise makes it 150. And then Chris has...
He's going to call with 7s.
7s, yep. He started with 1,500, it looks like. Maybe 1,600. But he's going to out of position. Chaz makes it 500, it looks like. JJ's going to make the call.
He's going to look him up.
Chris decides no. $1,100 pot. Chaz puts out what looks to be $250.
It's not enough equity there. I don't think I would make the call. I think I want a little bit more connectivity from the board.
He checks.
It's a quick check.
Chaz is getting
trying
tricky.
to get JJ some rope.
Needs to start bluffing it. And he decides to check. Looking for an ace or queen. Yeah, it would have been interesting. Chaz checking again. 3-bet.
He could. He's going to make a bet here. He's going to try to see if he can get 9s or something like that to fold. But
Chaz
he's
with the
too
call.
strong.
And Chaz going to take it down with the jack.
Oh no! I'll fucking fall for it. Someone has to fucking fall for it.
Looking to get them around the drinks right now, guys. See if I can do it. And got a raise here from Seti with a pretty good hand. King queen offsuit.
Oh my god. Oh, there it is. Oh.
We get an all-in from fours from Seti. From Chaz, and Seti's gonna snap call, and I think Seti. I don't know if Chaz added on afterward, but instantly getting another shove pre-flop, and Seti.
We're looking for a very low flop.
It's a 50-50.
We're trying to connect. We need a low board.
And this is a reverse of what Seti was in last time. Oh, and it's a 4 on the flop. Seti drawing pretty much dead. Needs runner straight here. And it's not going to happen. Chaz boats up, and I think they probably run it once. Oh, is Chaz slow rolling? Oh my goodness, Chaz slow rolls the shit out of Seti. And you know, you can see that they're... And we also have a ton of awesome content on that, and Preston is going to wake up with aces in one of the blinds here.
I think he's going to just limp it for the extra 10. Oh my god, he's going for a raise. That is surprising.
And the sizing is weird. I like it and I don't at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Would you prefer bigger or smaller?
I think because everyone's going to call the way that the action went, and it's a $20 straddle, I'm really surprised at how small this is, but...
Yeah, it might be because he doesn't feel like he needs as much protection with aces. Like, you can see even, what is that, 4 ways, he's still got 60%. Whereas with a hand like kings, his percent would be a lot lower.
Definitely.
If anybody had an ace, but
like this board, but what I was going to say was that... there's no flop that he's going to love.
Right.
And the problem is that this is one of the worst flops. And Alex with open-ended and a pair, as well as a backdoor flush, is just... In this spot, when Alex calls with 2 left behind, you're not feeling super good here.
No, you're definitely not. I mean, and Alex is going to flat a lot of strong hands. I think he would probably just call with even sets. And Alex is just going to make basically the nuts here. And I think Preston's going to check this,
Yeah. No, I'd be hard-pressed to see him bet here.
And the question is, do you think Alex is going to bet this in position?
I see a check, I see a bet. Does go for a small bet. I do like both plays.
Yeah, Preston having the ace of spades, I think, is a bad card for him because you're going to want Alex to have spades in this spot, you know?
Alex has been shown to bluff, but this spot is not an easy spot to bluff. Preston does call.
Yeah, you're basically only beating spade draws, I think, and maybe hard draws that floated the flop.
Yeah, and an ace would be... Oh, that's a terrible card for Preston. That is a really bad card for Preston. The way that the action ran out, he's still going to have spades that he's going to be bluffing here, and we've seen that Alex is able to bluff in this spot, and Preston is getting a decent price. Yeah, this is rough for Preston.
Yeah, do you think he gets away from this? No, he does.
No.
He does just call.
And,
Looks like Preston's going to be done for the night. Yeah, that's a rough one.
I'm just here for the commentary. Thank you for the compliment.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate that.
I hope
you're going to get squeezed off and lose probably $200, $250.
Chaz, I was going to say, I didn't know what he was going to go with, but I could see him shoving here too.
This flop, which is going to be...
Oh, wow.
Give him a 9. Pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, against a blind range. I mean, obviously he's not blind anymore. I think he looked at his hand before calling.
Yeah, and he definitely pressed on this one.
You already said that.
Well,
you can't just do it again.
I was wondering if he would press on. He did press on. just for those who didn't know what the joke originally was gonna mean, and this 6 is actually a little scary for pressed on, because Chaz does have some 10s, and there's a lot of hands. If he is calling you on this flop, he's not gonna float as much of a hand like Ace Deuce, and it looks like Preston actually might have like 500 more.
Yeah, this is a very committing bet with the 425 when Preston's only got, it looks like, according to the graphics, he's only got like 600 left. And wow, Chaz is gonna float here with ace, or not float. I mean, I guess at this point he's just calling down with ace high on this board.
Yeah, and it's also indicative of knowing his image is that Preston is.
Good luck, everybody.
You have to tell him to change that.
Gary into E5.
Use the money again.
Hey, give us all
You do that button back.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Apologies.
And we are back, everyone. We are four-handed for those of you who we are just picking up.
Getting tired of it.
Nah, you're
Our
good.
players have locked up $10,500. There was 661 entrants
We're
in
at
this
300
event.
Oh,
4 left, 10,500 you can see. And first place, 25,000. Event 2 of our South Texas Poker Championships here at Rounders Card Club in San Antonio, Texas. My co-host today, Craig Savage.
How are we doing? We're hanging in there.
It has not been a boring night by any means, even though tournaments and folding can be boring. We've had a very cool bunch of dynamics developing, different player styles, and we have a 50-50 mix right now, I think, with our player styles here. A little more experienced professionals and more recreational poker players. But I think sometimes the recreational poker players, Craig, are the toughest ones to play versus.
Yeah, they can be unpredictable, and they sometimes don't do what they're supposed to do, but that's the right thing to do at those moments, right? The thing you're not supposed to do makes it very difficult to play against.
So we see here, we pick up the action. Matthew has a flush draw, and we do just see some overcards for Gary and Vu. Matthew's got 3.6 million chips, though, 3.9 million in the middle. Does he want to bluff all in? Does he maybe want to bet 2 blinds and leave 2.4 million behind? I don't know. His plays are kind of limited, right, Craig?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he was in the big blind does give him a lot more fives, I think, than the other two who chose to come into the pot. Having the diamonds as an out if you get caught with your hand in the cookie jar is not a nice thing. So
And
he
he
bet
does
2
decide to
million of
bet 2, yeah.
it's probably going to work.
Yeah, he's got 9 million, so he'd have to call off a notable portion of his stack with king high on this board, but he's not folded yet, so he might think something's up as well.
Yeah, even if he thought something's up, what can he really do about it, right?
Yeah. Call 1, pray your opponent checks river when they put in over half their stack.
Right, and Matthew's not the type to just give up on river. I don't think.
I do think it's cool, his bet sizing.
Yeah.
If there happened to be somewhat weird scenario, he bets 2 million with 1.7 behind, and Gary gets it all in, and then Vu calls or something. He could fold there.
He gave himself an exit strategy. That's interesting.
It also looks really strong, right?
Yeah, it does.
All in?
Waited for me to get those chips.
Blinds are 600K now, everyone. They've just gone up since we've returned. So Samantha has a little over 4 blinds. King 8 off. She's all in. We're four-handed.
Is he going to call with his ace?
He's
He
got
hasn't
the
picked
chip
up the
lead.
chips yet. He hasn't picked the chips up yet. If he touches the chips, she's in
Yeah.
trouble.
Yep. We're still at 100%, right?
Yeah, he didn't touch them, so yeah.
Yep.
Big hand.
One more or
You have a big hand.
Of course, she says. He said, "Did you have a big hand?" She said, "Of course."
I did appreciate the one more orbit chant she just did.
Yep. Well, I mean, that's the thing. If you have enough to get around, you're still in the tournament. As long as you're still in the tournament, you have a chance to win.
That jam's huge. She's right, though, because she gets it all in there and she picks up the blinds and antes for the next round. So she survives again. If she just continues to maintain and other people bust, she could be heads up.
Sam, you're big blind.
The short stack.
Until you're out, you still have a chance to win.
What's she at? Oh. Okay.
My bad.
All good.
Matthew's got a nice hand here on the button. What do you like here, Craig?
How many big blinds does he have?
12.
Such a hard hand to play post flop. But I feel like at this stage of tournament, 12 is too much to go in. But he's just going to min open.
I think jamming is easy and profitable. I think the min raise here is also cool if you think that you're going to call jam and like this. But also if you just think your opponents are going to overfold and you don't need to jam to accomplish the same thing a lot of the time.
He called.
There we go. Big moment. This is tournament poker right here in a nutshell, everyone. You get deep in a tournament, you got to win a flip.
I think had she taken a little bit more time before she jammed, he might have given her a little bit more strength. I mean, he knows he's obviously in the race, but he's often their 4-to-1 dog, too. If she has an overpair. There's the jack. Matthew's just run into it at the end of this tournament.
Oh, boy. I think a 4 might, Craig.
Oh, it would have broken the internet.
Just because the turn ace, the hand improved, that didn't need to improve.
Right.
It was setting it up. I just had to call it out there. Nice hand there, Samantha. She's going to double up. 3.8 million in chips.
She's not going away. That's more than one orbit now.
When you get deep in a tournament, surviving these all-ins, think about how many times she's been all in now at this final table. Still alive.
I know you do.
Yeah.
With me and you, Gary.
You want me to stay or no?
Well, it's not that I don't want you to. I do want you to, but that's not up to me.
Well, it's up to you.
Poker God.
Gary's invoking the poker gods. He's been in their favor tonight for sure. Matthew's going to get all his chips in here.
I'm really becoming a fan of Gary here, right?
Yeah.
You're kind of rooting for him a little bit.
Yeah. It feels like he'll throw a good party when he wins. He's going to take everybody out to drinks for sure.
You know what else, too? Is if Gary does win, he gets to say he beat a tough final table.
Yeah, no kidding. The resume for this final table was outstanding. If this is what it's like in San Antonio, I'm just going to stay in Dallas.
I have a top open with us.
Alpha's daughters went to bed and they missed Sam doubling up. Bummer. Well, there'll be a replay. This will live on the internet, won't it?
Yep. You'll be able to replay it. You could even scrub back right now if you'd like. Just VA pull it back.
His daughters went to bed though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You can get the timestamp though. Figure out what time it is that this happened.
Got to be rooting a little bit more here for Matthew. When his friend here, Chance, says drinks will be on Matthew if he wins.
100%.
I'm that friend too. I love celebrating. You know, win some money in a tournament, take everyone out, drinks, food.
Yeah, that's fun. I had one night, my first live tournament. I made a pretty big score in Las Vegas, and my wife and I went out and we took a bunch of money. We said, we're just going to go have fun with this tonight. I drank, gambled, and somehow the next morning I had more money than I left. So it all went really well.
Seems like a win.
Yeah, it was a definite win. I don't remember much of that evening.
I remember not remembering some of those nights as well.
I'm not a big drinker, but that night was a pretty special night.
Blind versus blind. A capable opponent raises small blind. Matthew, with his ace deuce, do you think that he's going to go all in here?
I do. He did. I do, and he did. That ace is so valuable in that spot. Yeah, and Vu has to fold the twos. If there's not a single pair that you're beating,
I like it. I like the fold as well.
I mean, even if you have the twos, you can get double counterfeited. You know, it's like
All right, Gary.
This
you
is
run
crazy.
blinds there.
Everyone
Okay,
has
3 and
10 or
10.
12 blinds. They're basically all like 10 big blind stacks, 10 big blind stacks, and then we got Gary sitting
Yeah.
on about 30 bigs.
to answer your question, Asinine Bovine. All of those drinks had umbrellas in them. All of them. Yes, yes, they did. I do enjoy an umbrella in my drink. And fruit and umbrellas. I'm in. I don't want to taste the alcohol.
Matthew in the small blind versus our guy Gary. Just gonna let it go. Nice. I'm sure Gary will take that walk with the queen 10 offsuit.
I feel like we have a big confrontation coming up soon.
Everyone's right now, the 3 shorter stacks, it's everything to gain and nothing to lose in this moment because somebody's got to double up. Somebody's got to put it in soon.
Yeah.
Where did you get that? I said, I don't know. Just playing my stats.
He's gonna limp. Huh. I could have seen a jam with those twos there.
I like the jam versus the small blind limp with 10 big blinds. It's not going to be an easy hand to play post flop. Kind of just trying to hit a deuce at that point.
Yeah. I mean, at least if you jam, you have a chance of getting some pre-flop folds, and if you don't, you have a pair. Let's run it.
Yeah, I think picking up the blinds there definitely, it's what she said earlier, one more round.
Yeah.
You know, and if you could pick it up in that spot here shorthanded, you'll continue to do what she's done. Survive here until 4th place. So she's looking for her spots. Timing has been good so far.
Limp incoming.
Correct indeed. Gary does limp his button as he's done a lot this final table.
Yeah.
I think Vu might stab here versus Gary's limping range. And he goes with about 40% pot. We've seen Gary get out of line here. Let's see if he chooses to continue. He doesn't believe the lead. He's tough to play against, Craig.
Yeah, I feel like the plan for him is to take this on the turn. That's not a bad card for him to... I mean, both these guys could represent a flush. As played. Gary's going to.
Snap, grabs his chips.
Yeah, with no hesitation at all.
How can you think he's bluffing here?
Right. Well, I mean, he has the best hand. He just has a really good feel for the game. He has a sense, he has a really good feel for what he's doing and how it looks. He's very much, he's very dialed into understanding his poker.
Look at this, Team Gary there.
There we go.
Roaming through. I love the atmosphere in the card club. Look at that. Just everyone gathering together, play some poker. We got a big old final table here going. Gary, the unlikely chip leader, I would say, four-handed going into this. He's got all the chips.
They're bringing before they look small, don't they?
Yeah. Sorry about this, Sam. You scan for me, please? Yeah. Thank you.
Did it not scan?
No, you're good. You're good. No, I said sorry because I almost popped it up.
I wish you would have flipped it.
I like Samantha's energy.
Hard.
Yeah.
She's having a good time. She's making a nice run here. This is a fun moment.
Gary's gonna hear you now. He's gonna limp again. I'll tell you. I don't mind him playing these cards. I would like him to come in with a raise with some of these. But I guess if you're not going to raise and you're going to play every hand as a limp, then it's hard to know if he's strong or weak.
Yeah, I definitely think it could be part of a very cool strategy. If you want to play more hands, you got a bunch of chips and you just start limping everything and then taking advantage of players post flop because you can. A tough strategy to play against because then what do you got to do? Bloat the pot versus the chip leader who's going to call your raise.
Right.
And then the stack to pot ratio is so shallow at this point. It's a I don't know if he knows how high level his limp could be right now.
I felt like Matthew was going to go all in there. It's probably the best defense against it.
Yep.
Because you can't get outplayed if you're all in pre-flop.
Yep, I like it. I like the jam too.
Because one person believed in you.
Thank you.
Although somebody did not.
Matthew's buddy in chat is giving away Matt's tells, except his tells are balanced apparently.
So it is not a tell. So it's just real life. He touches his glasses a lot.
He's balanced with his tells.
You know what's funny too is Matt did just adjust his glasses.
Yeah, he did. Right on cue.
Nice work, Matt.
Well done. So limping is becoming the thing.
Stacks shorter. I think it makes sense. Yeah. You want to play more pots? Can't really build them. Call if no one's really exploiting it too much. Then, but it does seem like players are. Of course, Vu's got a nice hand here to just go all in.
Yeah, I mean that is the adjustment, right? You just put people to the test. Then, can they ever do it as a trap? We'll see. You know. And good on LeBron there for getting Samantha another drink.
He's got to now.
She's got to hydrate.
That's his role.
Yeah, he's a good poker caddy.
Gary having to think with the 8-7 of clubs, and he's actually touched his chips.
Yeah.
High percent chance Gary calls here. Oh, he's got his fingers. Oh my gosh. He is 100% when he's touched his chips, they've gone in for a call.
He can't deviate now, can he?
I don't know.
You're doing a good job, Steven. You're doing a good job.
Have to show. No, good. Good.
And he's still got Samantha behind.
Yeah, I don't think he realized she was in the hand. I think now that he knows she's in the hand, he might.
Oh, this is gonna. The stats are gonna have to have an asterisk next to them
already see it now.
because he thought it was him.
Yeah, I think had she not been in the.
Yeah, I agree though. Samantha with the queen 10. She covers. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, boo. Do it. Come on, boo.
He showed the ace.
He showed some heart. Ace of hearts.
Matt's like, I want that info. I don't blame him.
Yeah.
Well, I had
What's up there, El Griton? It has been a really fun final table.
I had to work so hard to get them.
Give me a headache all final table.
I'm sorry. I'm
Gary apologizing for giving Matt a headache the whole final table. And I think he kind of means it a little bit too.
Yeah. A lesser player than Matt would have busted this tournament already, just from sheer frustration.
One of my favorite hands here, 10-7 suited. He's got 12 bigs on the button. He might go for a min raise if he wants to play it. He can even start limping as well.
Yeah. This could get interesting if you get the right flop. Got interesting for Gary, not so much for Samantha.
That's 1 million.
Gary,
For those
back
of you
up
who
to
might
20
just
million.
be tuning in, sorry, there.
No worries.
Craig, continue, please.
I was just mentioning that Gary's back up to 20 million.
Right, well, at least we're fun.
All right.
Oh, like you.
Samantha's trying to get the whole room involved in the partaking.
She's all in.
And she's going to get it through.
Yep. So we're going to see a lot of this right now. A lot of all-ins from short stacks. And it might be a little bit to that point where it's going to be coolerish situations. Everyone's kind of playing their hands for what they are outside of some limping.
You know, we got two players who are sub 10 big blinds.
Like Congo?
It's real.
They're all here.
Very up.
Garrett.
Make them up. Pick them in.
I'll take away.
Gary with the suited queen. Coming in for the limp, it would seem.
We to be fair at the end. Like,
Oh,
Wow.
He touched chips. That's no.
Gary's switching it up. Remember we asked this earlier.
The
Is Gary
randomizer.
going to play a different strategy? Is it going to adjust? And that could be deemed as an adjustment there.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
He had me. He even grabbed the chips too. You saw that.
Yeah, you did.
Gary
you guys
mixing it
better
up.
buy him some shots.
I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. You looking at me. You look like you want to buy me a shot.
Good to see the players having a good time.
I'm putting black knees and Mexican.
What it is?
Black knees and Mexican.
All right. So we got Samantha folds the suited jack. Who's also got a suited jack? He's got 5 million chips. Gosh, 1.2 million in the middle. It's already so much to win just by taking down the blinds pre-flop. I like the limp from Matthew. He's going to see a lot of checks from Gary. And he'll probably just be stabbing a bit. He could even bet out one blind.
He
Very
did.
nice. Yep. That's such a nice go-to play in the small blind when stacks are a little bit shorter. You're in the situation where you have more fold equity to bet one blind there than you would in a lot of other scenarios there. But the final table, the short blind versus blind. This would be an epic story for Matt to come back.
It would be.
Something fun going on back there.
They all went in the bathroom together.
That's them coming out right now, so they're all laughing.
Oh, Matthew has a real hand.
He's the 1.2.
Got the min raise.
Gary folds the king 3, and Samantha lets go of the jack 8 pretty quick as well.
Fun's good, thank you, sir.
We all are.
What's up there, LA Electro Man, hanging out with us in Twitch.
No, seriously.
How are you, buddy? Good to see you. What's up there, Robert Franklin? Everyone, thanks for hanging out. Hope you're enjoying the stream. For those of you in the area tomorrow, we have a very special event as part of the South Texas Poker Championships. The 10K Ladies Championship, November 7th, 4 p.m. Come on out.
Matthew's getting hit with the deck a little bit here.
Good timing.
Samantha just called that?
It looks like she did, yes.
Yeah, he just... Wow, I guess that was her plan the whole time.
Wow, I really
Just
like
kind
this
of
play.
Just gambling that he doesn't have any of that, right?
I like this play for that exact reason. It's a stop and go. She stop and
Sure.
go him, right?
Right.
But in a spot where I was also surprised by the just call, I would have personally just jammed there pre-flop. But I really think that's a cool play. The function of that play is very, very fun here. And fortunately, he didn't hit any of that, and she got him to fold.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? How many times you miss more flops than you hit, so...
Mm-hmm.
What do you call it, Tom?
And sometimes those overcards are over his pair, and you're getting him to fold the best hand.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like we have a... we're going to do a redeal here. So I will take the chance, while we get that sorted, everyone. This coming Wednesday is going to be the first day one of event number 7 at the club. 300K mystery bounty. It is a $500 buy-in. The biggest bounty is going to be 30K, and first place is going to be guaranteed to be 30K as well. So this is a huge event. I've been hearing a lot of buzz about this tournament since I have been playing. This is the tournament that everyone is making sure that they do not miss.
3 and 6.
Samantha's all in.
Nice one there. Let's see what Gary has.
No.
What's up, Poker Captain? Good to see you out there. Yeah, definitely. Well, check out Poker Captain. Go to rounderscardclub.com if you want to check out on the tournament tab what's going on in November. But yeah, the mystery bounty is coming up. Main event is a 1K, 750K guaranteed. I like the atmosphere, Craig, during series, big series, and to have one in your backyard, it is so fun.
Yeah, that must be a lot of fun. I mean, it creates like a little party every day.
It really is. It really is. A lot of friends from out of town coming to play the series. And it's different from a casino playing at a card club in Texas, specifically Rounders Card Club. Everybody's there to play poker. We got the full bar and grill, barbershop, coffee bar, everything. Samantha takes this down with the King Jack.
Sounds like a great setup. And yeah, it feels like a festival.
Yeah, exactly. A poker festival.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
No, they're day.
This is a fact here from VA Venom. And he says the small blind ante structure definitely leaves a little more room for play. So if you're coming down to Texas to play the series this November, know that for the events, Rounders does small blind amount for the big blind ante.
Small blind, Sam, 300.
Oh, so somebody besides me.
They said my name instead of yours, everything.
Raise to 1.2.
Ace 10 suited for Matt. Comes in for the min open.
This is the one thing about this stage of the tournament is if people are getting hit with the bottom of the deck, it just passes those blinds around.
Yep.
But you know, it can only go on for so long before big hand meets big hand.
And I think we'll have a blind increase and not too long because I think it's a big jump. It might be 800K after this one.
Yeah,
That's
4-8.
Yeah, and that's going to really put people to the
Here, can you
test.
scan those cards for
Yeah.
me really quick? Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Samantha with an easy jam.
Samantha's turn to get hit with the deck.
Ace King.
I mean, every time she does that, she picks up 1.2.
All blinds are up. That is
Oh,
my
blinds just went
time.
up.
Thank you, guys.
There we go. So blinds are going up. Vu is our short stack. He's got 2.5 million. So he might have 3 blinds when he return. He does have the button. Shout out to Happy.
He can't win every tournament, right? But what a great run on top of his recent win at the Lodge a month ago.
Yeah, I want to see that.
No, who said no?
And this is just the beginning of this series. I'm sure he's going to be in there firing all the others.
I think so, yeah.
You don't want
No. Any secret. I need
to. 800, 400. So 800.
Okay, so confirmed 400, 800 now.
4-8, 4-9. This chair is
Jack 10. He's showing it to him from earlier. That big hand, the Jack 10 versus 6s.
Said it's his favorite hand.
Yep.
The 9, you got the 9.
So I was talking to about that 9s hand he bluffed earlier.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that's right. That was a nice one.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Sam, you know, we can't reach these chips over there, right?
I think Vu's about to get all in here.
Oh, look.
Go.
Thank you.
9-8 suited. He's going to be in the blind the next hand.
Yeah. That's my man out over there.
There it is.
All in.
Matthew's going to say no. Wow.
Huge pickup.
Yep. I mean, that's massive. 1,200 chips? No. More. 1,600 chips. Or 1.6 million chips. Math is hard.
Agreed.
Oh, Gary.
He's supposed to take you out, not W.
Oh, now is the time at the end.
Oh, on break,
the end
was
of
thinking
the
about
time.
as the blinds go up and the players just remain short, if it continues to remain like this, I wonder if Matt and Vu would consider some sort of a deal if Gary brought it up.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think Gary seems to be the guy, though. I think he just played out.
It's up to 8, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, look at this. Just get dealt the hand right there.
And he just calls. I like seeing him balance it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Is Vu going to stab? No. Yeah, check. That hasn't happened.
Good check by Gary.
I don't think he's going to check this time.
Check.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
He's doing everything he can to try to extract some chips from Vu.
Yeah, he just can't. He could bet a half a chip and he'd get a fold here.
I wonder if he shows.
2.5.
Oh, nice, nice.
Feels like that might be one where he might show just to because then they can't just come over the top of him whenever they want. If he shows he's willing to do it with kings, you know, he's been doing it every time. I guess they know he's doing it with strong hands and weak hands, but it would put the brakes on just shoving on him with any two cards. That's for sure.
Yeah, it would definitely let them know that he's balanced with his limps. He's going to have some big hands, which might get them to check more, potentially.
Right.
If they're watching the stream in 15 minutes, they'll be able to get that information. It'll be available to them.
I'll be surprised if we're still four-handed in 15 minutes.
We got Gary's big hand from earlier.
He wins this hand. If he calls and Matthew wins hand, he's going to have a massive chip lead.
I am surprised Gary hasn't called yet. I got a lot of respect for him taking time to think about this huge spot. It's about a $3,000 ladder. But Gary does cover, so he's not at risk.
Yeah. I don't get the sense that Gary cares about the money. I think he just wants to be right.
Gary is 100% call after picking up the call chips. Let's see if that statistic holds true here.
We thought he was going to fold earlier, and he did not.
There it goes.
There it is.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, a 20. Yeah, so that was a massive hand from earlier where Gary lost a lot of his chips to Matt, but he has since recovered well.
Uh-oh.
Okay. 1 million. See what you get. Oh. Yeah, I probably don't like this mystery better. One day can't not check. They get like 103. What he does with 1 day.
Let's see if the checking gets Gary some value. He flops another huge hand. Samantha doesn't have too much chips to bet
2.5
or call.
and a fold.
No, I don't think he had it. I don't think he had anything.
Samantha does not believe Gary had anything, and it was the exact opposite. He had everything.
You have?
Flopped a full house.
She says thank you. True. I don't see Gary as one to lie about his hand. I like that. It's like, you're going to see it anyway.
I'd still be lying. I don't care. They're going to see it in 15 minutes. I'd be lying.
Drew's got 3 blinds. Definitely looking for anything half decent to get it all in.
You know, it was easy. If I'd have made it this far,
Samantha takes down.
anybody can do this. We'd have to put you in the newspaper.
Gets the walk.
Top 5 worst.
Always nice on a short stack.
Put you in the newspaper. Swagger. Oh yeah.
Did you?
I think so. I think I agree with you here. Ask 9 says Gary likes to play too much to chop, I think.
Okay, I'll stop.
I think he is enjoying this moment.
Yeah, what do you want?
What's up there, Sir Fred?
Thank you.
Just put your chips closer is what you're saying.
Love you, buddy. Good to see you.
Talking to me.
No, me. Me talking to myself.
Come on.
Matthew's got a real hand.
That's a team. Go team, go.
He's definitely gonna leave some chips behind because of Vu's situation.
1.6.
Ah, he limped.
No, he made it 2 blinds.
Oh, okay.
Yep. But correct by you. It's a spot I think it's easy to just put the chips in the middle if you'd like. You have 9 blinds, you got 7s, you're 4-handed. Take down the blinds. But the min raise probably a little bit more effective given the rest of the stacks.
Right. And it does give you that space if behind you goes all in, all in.
You get this guy out of our camera shot.
Look at that shirt. That's one. Look at that.
That is nice.
A rooster on that shirt.
Gary's got a nice hand. King 10 off.
Call from 5.
He did just limp again.
The last one I was worried about being
And
3 folds.
1.3. This is an auto call.
Yeah. What does he have to call? Gary has to call 500 more. Yep. Easy call. And we're off to the races, everyone. Pocket 7s for Vu. He's our short stack. And Gary's our chip leader. The King 10 off.
Samantha's super anti-sweating Vu right now.
able to knock it off the table. I should be like, oh, it's $3,000.
Clean so far.
Counterfeit outs now, though.
Yep. And heart.
14 outs for Gary to knock out Vu.
How does he miss?
My tape was flashing.
Sorry.
10 hard.
10-0, right?
Oh.
Good game, Vu.
Good game, Vu.
You know,
Gary continues.
I don't know if we saw Vu misplay a hand. It just went down the way it went down.
I think, yeah. I mean, Vu, I think, played great. Like, was no big controversial hands. I think he navigated
Against me and him?
great, and it's just 4th place was actually a great result. He played
He was the one I was
great.
worried about.
Yeah. GG's. He is going to take 10,500 tonight. And now everybody left has locked up 13,400. $4,000 ladder from 3rd to 2nd, and 1st place gets 25,000 plus.
There will be
event
no
number 2 trophy.
There will be no deal making at this moment.
Just keep getting handed beers across the line, so I guess it's fine.
Asnan said 10K is still a nice score for a night's work. Yes, it is.
So with that elimination of Vu, Samantha is our short stack. Matt is in 2nd, and Gary is still chip leading.
Gary's
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Be me and you, Gary.
I wonder if Gary and Samantha were to get heads up, if they would discuss a deal. What do you think, chat?
No, they're talking Adam Sandler though.
Will there be a deal discussed 3-handed? I think I agree, Craig, with the comment in chat earlier.
Yeah,
that Gary just wants to play, have
yeah.
fun.
That was Jess Asnan Bovine who said that. Yeah, I think he's right. He just likes to he likes to play. He wants to win.
They wish to move Sam to 9.
And I also think he'd be fine if he didn't win.
What's that?
They wish to move you to 9.
They want me to move you?
So I can just go like this.
Yes or no?
Oh, you're fine.
David Leach says, I'm with Gary, Team Gary.
How do
Gary
you
doing good right
how
now.
do you Drew? How do you feel about chopping in general?
I think it's
Who, me?
kind of like a poker hand, and that it depends on the variables involved, of course. So, like, where are my chips in that scenario? Am I up against two opponents that I think I have much of an edge? Is it what's the average stack? Is it a bit of a shove fest? I have taken deals before, and I'm usually pretty happy if I am getting like over second place money in a chop or like third. I kind of look at it as saving energy a good bit. And then if I lock up, so much more, maybe a little less than first or second, and I get to go home and celebrate. And I just, I don't know, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I had a spot where I got heads up in a tournament at WinStar one year, and the guy really went three-handed. They wanted to chop, and I did not want to chop because I felt I was better and I had a chip lead, and we got heads up, and the guy still really wanted to chop. He was like, I just literally want to go home. It was like 2 a.m. And I was like, I'm good to keep playing, man. He's like, and I wanted to win. I wanted to have the first place. He's like, you can have first place. And so I walked aside and talked to someone who I trusted and said, what do you think? And I was like, look, just get a good deal and take the first place money and, just basically reduce the difference between first and second a little bit, and the guy will be happy. So we made a deal that was pretty favorable. I mean, the blinds were big at that point. One flip or one cooler and it would have been flip-flopped and I'd have been in trouble type of thing. So I think in those spots, you just take the deal.
Matthew gets Gary to fold the ace-9 with the min raise.
Nice play. Matthew has been very, very skillful throughout this. He's managed every stack size he's had. But mostly the thing I've been impressed with is how he just did not implode when he went through that stretch of hands.
That was tough. I think a lot of less experienced players might have gone off the rails a little bit.
Yeah, I think a lot of experienced players would have gone off the rails.
Yeah, for sure. And not even so much that they haven't seen it before. It's just a big moment, big final table.
Yeah. It's really hard to not let that affect you physiologically and psychologically and all your decision making. Samantha's all in.
All in.
This is going to be interesting when it gets back to Gary. Maybe not. It's giving me fold vibes. Yeah. That's a nice pickup for her.
Yep.
Big blind here.
Yeah, but it was not good.
I think Samantha's done a good job of keeping her decisions relatively easy, like not getting herself in any tricky spots. I think she kind of has a plan ahead of the time so that she's not having to make as many complicated decisions. I'm not saying she can't make them. I think she's just choosing to keep the game tree simple.
I like that.
Matthew's keeping it simple here.
Yep, he's going to take it down. So now I think as we lost Vu three-handed, we have a definitive chip leader. Matthew has second place chips, and Samantha's been one of the shorter stacks. So I think at this point, Matthew is probably just going to be not too concerned about Samantha, and he's going to take his spots, and he's going to try to double up through Gary and get this win.
Yeah. I think at this point, the ICM for Matthew and Sam just pretty much non-existent. I mean, And Matthew has enough tournament experience. I don't think the difference between second versus third is going to keep him from doing what he thinks is optimal to give himself a chance to win.
I think if he shoves here again, he might have shifted his strategy, but I like it. Because it could be a spot where he could just be shoving here and just picking up a bunch of chips.
Well, Gary just flat, or is he going to raise here?
I think Gary might call.
Yeah. I mean, you got to appreciate Gary's commitment to his playing style, but I would really love to have seen a raise there.
Big flop for Gary. He's got the diamonds, the overcards. I think this is a spot where Gary will be looking to now play a bigger pot, though he didn't want to pre-flop.
Nice check back by Matthew.
Check.
See if Matthew takes a stab. He might even be value betting this turn as well versus some 7-8, Queen Jack, Queen 8 hands. I think that Gary would have check called.
Well, this is going to be interesting. Whoever aggresses is going to win.
I think that we're going to see check a bit. I think Matt's going to think his ace high has some showdown.
Ace high. Ace
Yeah.
queen.
Again, Matthew did a good job of not losing chips in that hand that a lot of people would have lost by c-betting that board.
Yep, I agree. Decided to take a showdown. And I think he will win there a notable amount of time versus Gary. Gary might check down some king highs and queen highs.
Supposed to have one of those too. I thought I had a jack. When the jack came out, when I looked, I said, "Oh shit, I'm glad I looked." Yeah. Overly excited. Yeah.
Hold on. Action here.
Ooh, interesting. Gary's contemplating playing the button. Samantha goes all in with her ace-8 suited. Takes out another pot. This is a very... sorry, Craig, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that probably moves her into second place over Matthew after that.
Really close.
Yeah.
I was going to say, though, this is an interesting dynamic with Gary's playing style for him to have the chip lead and the two shorter stacks, because he's not calling off light. He's keeping the pots small for them, so they have to... It's almost going to have to be a cooler in some situations.
Yeah.
Two big hands in order for anything big to happen.
Right. Without the chip leader pushing the action, the two small stacks just take chances shoving against the other one in the blinds, and it's going to be a cooler.
Especially if he's just calling pre-flop with ace-queen suited.
Right.
But again, it kind of creates an interesting situation post-flop. We saw Matt just check down with his hand, which I think is going to happen a lot. But it could be a lot of scenarios like that.
Wow, I got to walk. But even there, had he raised, Gary's not 3-betting. So...
I think Samantha and Matt are just hoping the other person gets it all in versus Gary and gets into a flip or something.
Yeah. And then you can just go for it after that. If you get heads up against Gary, you just have to start. I mean, at that point, you have to double, so. Matthew's getting up from the table. I'm assuming he's going to check some hands that have been played.
Don't blame him. It would be a nice spot here to get some additional information and know how he should be adjusting to his opponents three-handed.
Yeah, especially the way Gary's playing, to know that he's doing that.
Check. 1 million.
That's best friend.
Could be.
Oh,
You know my next thing, right?
What's that?
Ooh.
She's announced it.
She says,
Is she
"You
gonna
know my
follow through?
next move."
Yeah, is she gonna follow through?
check.
Oh, would have worked.
I like the speech play.
Yeah.
Check.
Oh, she's done it.
Yeah.
Wow, Samantha's all in with the 8 high, everyone.
He's made some good.
He's got a good hand, right?
He's made some good calls with less than top pair for sure. So.
I also want you to double.
He has.
Oh, they're talking.
She's gonna talk him to fold.
Folding a good hand to you.
Oh,
Show
Wow.
him. Show him. Oh, she's put it out there, almost tempting him to.
I like that she's not. I like that she's not showing.
Oh yeah.
Are you doing this because I had bottom pair? No, that one time with us.
Was
when
it
you
a
had the-
queen?
When no, I didn't.
She said before the
Oh.
turn came out that you know what I'm gonna do, and then she
Yeah.
didn't. She delayed it to the river.
That we're best friends.
I think
And
she
then-
talked him out of it.
And then she just told him she had a king too, to try to, I think, give him some peace and let him,
Oh, we're
and
not.
not. She doesn't want people to just start calling her light as a short stack.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I think she'd rather get folds.
Yep.
Whether it's me.
Limp.
At the same time, I don't fault Gary for folding there.
No, it was an interesting dynamic. He's found some of those calls earlier, but it was different. I mean, we saw him call down with 4th pair earlier.
These are monsters, 3-handed, semi-monsters.
Yeah.
Hey, call, man. I'm gonna get you in a minute too.
Oh, this one.
I mean, he's right. If he keeps limping everything, he's going to limp a strong hand, and they're going to shove, and he's going to have them. So,
All night, I don't doubt it.
but
Right?
I mean,
He's been getting everybody though.
as
It
soon as
doesn't
they get
matter
enough
who
chips
you are.
where a double makes them even,
Get them
like right
both.
now, if he doubled through Gary, they'd be what, even stacked, right?
I'll tell you what, it's a lot of fun to play poker.
Yeah, they would 7.
It's a lot of fun.
Yep, pretty much.
Close. Yeah, close.
Sometimes they're not going to hate on it.
big blind.
So I mean, that's the thing. If they get one double through him, it gets game on.
That's for a little while.
Samantha's got a nice hand.
Thank you,
King
Dave.
9 suited.
Oh, huh. I wonder why she didn't go with that one.
Big ace.
Oh, she must have known.
She had to have
She
had a
felt
read
it.
or something.
She felt it
That's a crazy read. I would have definitely
with the
put
ace
some
of
chips
diamonds
in.
too. She had the king 9 of diamonds. Yeah, I would have. I probably would have been broke right there.
And he showed too.
Is Gary
So-
getting tired? Does he?
This is the first time we've
Right.
seen fatigue from Gary.
Yeah. I mean, he's no spring chicken.
Matthew's got 10-8 suited on the button.
Hell, I'm tired and I'm just sitting here watching.
With 8 bigs.
Wow.
Lets it go. Samantha is shorter stacked than him. No, he's the short stack actually.
Yeah.
He's the short stack. But he knows the power. He has fold equity. He knows that he can continue to play this stack.
Raise.
Gary raised. That's the first time in like hours.
Oh.
Could be interesting right here. I like her call, by the way.
Me too. I think the same reason Matt folded, she potentially just called. Turn pairs the board. Samantha still has the best hand. Let's see if Gary decides to
No,
stab.
Gary has a pair of jacks.
Oh, wow! What was I looking at? He's setting the trap.
Yeah. Is he gonna check to her and let her bet river? She might check behind, think king has good. Yeah, he missed it. I don't think he was getting paid. He might have gotten paid if he bet really small on the river, but probably not.
Now that could play into Gary's strategy here. Them seeing him just pot controlling, checking top pair all the way down. Now you can't really attack him too much because he's going to have top pairs and you're going to know he's not folding.
Yep.
I thought maybe you'd bet that you get tired of messing with me.
Why? Because I've been hammering into you this whole time and you call me every time? Why would I do that when I know you call me on anything? Doesn't make sense.
Do you really think I call you on anything?
I mean, he laughs because he's like, yes.
That's not true.
100% do.
It is untrue.
All in here. See that?
Oh, this is a tough spot.
Yeah, this is. I don't think he can fold. Maybe he can.
Yeah, this is a tough spot, everyone. Samantha has jammed the small blind with king jack offsuit and 6.5 million chips. Matthew has 5.1 million chips. The big blind is 1 million. It has gone up. So he has
it just
5
went up.
blinds.
Yeah, I mean.
This is a really. I think I find the call with the king 10. A decent amount here.
Are you folding king 9? Is king 10 like the stone hand that's like right at the cusp? Feels like it.
Yeah, it really does.
If it suited his cards, his chips are being there. Yeah.
He's talking to you.
Oh, he's gonna see the bad luck, bad news.
I think he knows he probably made a good call. It's close at this point. They're both of the short stacks battling. If you're able to win a situation where your hand could be fine flipping versus, I imagine all her small pairs would jam here as well.
Yeah.
Still gonna have
and you're doing okay if she's holding like an ace 5. Even you're okay. You know, you have a lot of equity, a lot of outs. This is probably the worst possible combo for her to have for him.
Good night there, Nick, USK. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching the stream tonight. We appreciate you.
You guys, come on.
Better hand.
Oh, is that just how that works?
Are we about to be heads up?
We.
Right?
Oh, the cards are just on the other sides here. Okay. So it does look like Matthew has the king 10, yeah. Even though he is at risk. I think we got the button messed up, maybe. This is a massive hand, Asinine, 100%.
There's Jack right in the window. Uh-oh.
That is crazy, right? Let's make it more exciting.
Whoa. Wow. Wow.
Get you open-ended right on the flip. Again.
Wow. Huge hand there.
Yeah. Well, nothing Samantha could do there.
Nope.
Nothing Matthew could do. I mean, it's... Wow.
Just the way it goes down.
Did he have her covered? Looks like they just said congrats to her. Yeah, she's down to 0 chips.
Oh, okay.
Congratulations, Samantha. Well done. Great job.
Hey, good score. Hey,
congratulations, Samantha.
Can I run to the restroom? Yeah, we're gonna pause.
She's taking home 13,400 for third place. We are now heads up. Matthew and Gary have locked up $17,300.
Yeah, so Gary be the big. Yeah.
And it looks
interesting to see if they talk chop now.
Yeah, would have been interesting.
Our players are going to be taking a break. Everyone, don't go anywhere. Hang tight. We're going to see what our players decide to do. They both locked up $17,000. There's a $7,000 difference between first and second. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Looking to get them around the drinks right now, guys. See if I can do it. And got a raise here from SETI with a pretty good hand. King Queen offsuit.
Oh my god. Oh, there it is. Oh. I knew it. I was like, don't speak news now. Hold it.
We get an all-in from fours from SETI. I mean, from Chaz, and SETI's gonna snap call, and I think SETI. I don't know if Chaz added on afterward, but instantly getting another shove pre-flop, and SETI.
We're looking for a very low flop.
It's a 50-50.
We're trying to connect. We need a low board.
And this is a reverse of what SETI was in last time. Oh, and it's a 4 on the flop. SETI drawing pretty much dead. Needs runner straight here. And it's not going to happen. Chaz boats up, and I think they probably run it once.
Oh, well, I'm dead.
So she's cool with you. He's gonna
be covered.
Oh, is Chaz slow rolling? Oh my goodness, Chaz slow rolls the shit out of SETI. And you know that you can see that they're really good friends there. And we also have a ton of awesome content on that. And Preston is going to wake up with aces in one of the blinds here.
I think he's going to just limp it for the extra 10. Oh my god, he's going for a raise. That is surprising.
And the sizing is weird. I like it and I don't at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Would you prefer bigger or smaller?
I think because everyone's going to call the way that the action went, and it's a $20 straddle, I'm really surprised at how small this is. But
yeah, it might be because he doesn't feel like he needs as much protection with aces. Like you can see even, what is that, 4 ways, he's still got 60%. Whereas with a hand like kings, his percent would be a lot lower.
Definitely.
If anybody had an ace, but
like this board. But what I was gonna say was that there's no flop that he's gonna love.
Right.
And the problem is that this is one of the worst flops. And Alex with open-ended and a pair, as well as backdoor flush, is just in this spot. When Alex calls with 2 left behind, you're not feeling super good here.
No, you're definitely not. I mean, and Alex is going to flat a lot of strong hands. I think he would probably just call with even sets. And Alex is just going to make basically the nuts here. And I think Preston's going to check this. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'd be hard-pressed to see him bet here.
And the question is, do you think Alex is going to bet this in position?
I see a check. I see a bet. He does go for a small bet. I do like both plays.
Hello, everybody. We are getting word right now that our players are discussing a chop between Matt and Gary. So they are getting the figures. It looks like the chop offer is $21,150 each. And Gary, since he has the chip lead, is going to take the trophy. This is what they are being told right now as we're watching. You can see Matt there looking off at the board. I imagine going through a lot of decisions in his mind, what he wants to do here. What do you think, Craig? Chop or no chop?
I would play a little longer, but maybe. Well, with the blinds are up to $1 million. He's sitting on what was Matt's chip stack?
Matt's got 15 million, and Gary has 24 million.
15 million, so 15 blinds. Yeah, I mean, look, these guys are. Well, Matt's probably going to move on and play more tournaments tomorrow, getting a good night's rest, locking up the money. If he doesn't care about the trophy, it seemed to make sense.
What do you think, chat? Would you chop here or not? I mean, it's, looking at the payouts, here's what they were fitting to be playing for. 25K first place prize. But instead, they are discussing right now whether or not they both just want to take home $21,150 and call it a day. And since Gary has the chip lead, he would take the trophy.
Seems like a pretty good deal. Seems like a pretty good deal for Matt. Yeah.
Do you like fighting for the trophy here, Craig? Chat, what do you guys think?
does have some tens. And
I'd want the hardware, but
I want the hardware too.
I want the
man.
hardware. I want the ring. I want the trophy.
Me too, 100%. So going into tonight's, as we're waiting for our players to see if they're going to chop, we went into tonight with Samantha, who just busted out in third. She came in the chip leader, 11.1 million chips. She busts out in third. She picks up a really nice payday and doubles her Hendon mob. We have fourth place, Han Win, also known as Vu, who made another incredible run. He's been having a great year. He busted out in fourth. And then we had, geez, it feels like forever. We've had four-handed for a really long time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been an action-packed night, and I actually am getting word, and I'm kind of seeing the body language here from Matt. It looks like they are about to reach an agreement as long as Gary agrees to this last part. This has been a fun stream today, though. There's been a lot of action, and it only really, Craig, for me, started to slow down a little bit. That four-handed with three short stacks.
Yeah, that got pretty tedious, but it was one of those things where it could have gone really, really fast, had big hand run into big hand, but it just didn't happen.
Mm-hmm. Yep. There's a lot of stretches of kind of bad card distribution. But Matt battled after losing. He won a lot of chips from Gary in the sixes versus Jack 10 hand. But that was, oh, there's the handshake.
Handshake.
Yep. So they have agreed to the deal. $21,150 each. They are going to chop it up. And Gary is going to take home the title, the trophy. And that's what it is. Craig, what a stream, man.
I am so impressed with the play. I'm impressed with the layout here, the stream. It's beautiful, and I had a lot of fun. And yeah, I'm really impressed with the play. I think Matt, his resilience tonight is, if you want to learn how to handle a tough final table, the ups and the downs of it, rewatch this and watch how Matthew never let it get to him. And Gary really played really, really well. He understood his style and how it was effective. He made really, really good reads, and Samantha too. I mean, she came in the chip lead, kind of got knocked back early, but stayed resilient, had fun.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember Vu misstepping really. He just kind of, the cards went the way they went. So really well played by everybody.
Yeah, agreed. Real fun final table. And ladies and gentlemen, before we go, another reminder, we got our big 300K mystery bounty event popping off this Wednesday, is the first day one flight. Bounties go up to $30,000 on day two. First place is going to be $30K. Go to rounderscardclub.com/tournaments to check out the full series schedule. And ladies, tomorrow, November 7th, 4 p.m., 10K Ladies Championship. Event 6 trophy will be delivered then. And also make sure you follow Rounders social media, !Rounders in the chat. We'll get you a link to check out the winner's picture. We're going to be having that come out very shortly with Gary. You got to show some love to that tweet and that picture on Instagram. Show some love to Gary, the unlikely hero, the underdog for sure, comes out on top with the trophy today.
Congrats, Gary.
That is it for us, ladies and gentlemen, here from San Antonio, Texas. My name is Drew. This is Craig, my co-host. We had fun tonight. We'll see you later.
Take care.
Bye.